welcome to the 9th awarding body forum that Qualifications Wales has held, which makes sense because they're celebrating their 10th birthday next year. So we're celebrating that. So of course, 9 and then next year will be the 10th. So yeah, thank you very much. Good morning to you as awarding body colleagues coming here today, and this event is titled A Shared Approach Through Change. So a lot of the themes today are talking about change and how we work together. And we know there's a lot of change going on in terms of the qualifications landscape, and lots of change in assessment methods as they continue to evolve and change with digital development and other advances. But we remain committed here at Qualifications Wales to working with you through these changes. And this is what today's about, really. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Claire and I'm Head of Strategic Engagement here at Qualifications Wales, and I'm very much a generalist. So this is why I have my expert colleagues coming in to talk more about the detail on qualifications. So I'm looking forward to spending the day with you today. So you've got a lot of me, so apologies, but I'd just like to also go through a couple of housekeeping, if that's okay with you. So just to let you know, we'll be recording the session just for those who can't join, they can look back at it. And as you've just heard, we've tested the fire alarm. It works. So if there is another one, it is a real thing. The fire exit is at the back of the room and toilets at the back of the building. And you've already found out where the teas and coffees and snacks are, and we'll be hosting a lunch and refreshments there, and there's water at the back. So today is a hybrid forum, and this is the first time we've tried it, so apologies if I'm not looking there and I'm looking there, etc. So bear with me, please. But I really hope it's an accessible event and that the sound and the breakouts work well. For those in the room, there's an opportunity for the breakout sessions to be held at the back of the room so we can get you up and walking. And then there'll be 2 different breakout sessions for those of you who are at home and online. We'll share a link at the end of the day to all the slides that you can share and look back at them, and they'll all be hosted on the Have Your Say platform. You'll see that there's a delegate brochure as well that has been shared with you that gives you an insight into all our speakers today. And just ahead of today, thank you very much for getting involved, for asking your questions and sharing your thoughts and feedback. I recognise that some of you may not want to share your trade secrets. However, it's really important for us to hear from you, and it's a great opportunity for you to be able to network, engage and talk to Qualifications Wales colleagues. I'd also like to pass on Philip Blaker's thanks to you for the work that you've done with us over the last year and over the years. He's sadly can't be with us because he's giving evidence to the Children and Young People's in Education Committee this morning, so scrutiny session on our annual report. So, but he says thank you very much. And also some other apologies that Jo Richards isn't very well, so I'll be covering Jo's bit, but she again sends her apologies. Apart from that, we're all here and fighting fit, so that's really good. Also, I suppose the advantage of being a small country is that we can work closely with partners and in order to provide the best qualifications for learners in Wales. So I think that's one of the advantages of being Qualifications Wales and for us all operating in Wales, is that we can work very closely. So for those of you at home, you should have received the goodie pack. And for those of you in the office, you'll have had your goodie pack on your desk. And we've arranged lunch and refreshments for you. Sorry, we haven't for yourselves, although you do have a Biscoff biscuit in your pack as well. So, as you know, we're committed to placing learners at the heart of everything we do. And so we've based today's agenda on your feedback from the Fab Wales Forum and last year's event. And we're going to cover areas of priority that we believe will be of interest to you as awarding bodies, and also for something that we'd like to gather feedback on. So this morning is going to provide an insight into strategic priorities, what we're focusing on going forward over the next 5 years. And then we'll hand over to talk to a colleague who will talk about the E in MERV. And I'm sure many of you are very well of what MERV is. And then there'll be a latest update on the 14 to 16 curriculum reform. And you will have received emails yesterday based on the latest approval criteria that's just been published. And then we'll take a short break and then move on to the latest news on modernising assessment, and there'll be a breakout following that. After lunch then we'll move forward and look into the post-16 activity, and then we'll also, alongside QW colleagues, we'll be joined by representation from FAB, from the Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol, and also from MEDR, who will provide a latest update. So finally, we want to share how we involve also working with others, and Elaine will talk to you a little bit about what we're doing in involving other stakeholders alongside yourselves as awarding bodies, and also Ashok Ahir, who's our Director of Comms and Engagement, will be here, and he's going to talk to you about how we communicate and also take your feedback in terms of what could we do better and what's missing. So really looking forward to hearing from you about that. So if you've joined online, please use the chat box and ask any questions in Welsh or English, and keep them coming throughout the day, even if they're not questions but they're thoughts or comments. That's really useful for us, please, and feel free to raise your hand at any point. It's kind of a relatively informal format for today. So, and then on to the next slide, please. It's just a bit of a reminder for those of you who love social media. I think it's a love or hate thing, isn't it? But please do follow us, please do tweet. We'll have colleagues taking photos, so we'll be doing some social, and we'll be copying you into that as well, if that's okay. If you're shy, let us know and we'll make sure we avoid you. But it's a great opportunity to talk about us getting together today. So it's a busy programme, so I will, before we start, just any questions from the room or online at all? No? Okay, lovely. So we'll move on then, please. So as you know, we are the national body responsible for regulating and reforming qualifications, and we have two principal aims upon which all our work is focused. So we're ensuring that qualifications, the Welsh qualifications, are effective for meeting the needs of learners, and we also are keen to promote confidence in qualifications and in the Welsh qualification systems. There are two main aims. On the next slide, you'll see that, you know, as a key audience, we value this opportunity to talk to you, and with the ongoing change that's happening here in Wales, we want to talk to you a little bit about our corporate and business planning priorities, and see how they interlink with the work that we're doing with yourselves. And there's been a little bit change since we last presented this last year, in terms of that we've committed to our wellbeing objectives. So it's an opportunity to share these with you. It'll also be an opportunity to talk about our 6 key themes and our 4 strategic priorities. So this is what drives our business. It drives our energy of where we put our resources and our budget, and this is what really shapes us as an organisation. So you'll see that for those of you who are in Wales are very aware of the Future Generations Act and our commitment to following the 5 ways of working in trying to achieve the 7 wellbeing goals for Wales. So many of those elements within the ambition of the Future Generations Act link very nicely to our work. So what we did last year was we went out and we talked to stakeholders, and we asked what did they think we needed to focus on. And so the 3 wellbeing objectives that we've confirmed are on the screen there. And the first one links to you know, our bread and butter, which is the qualification system, and how we support learners to achieve through supplying good quality qualifications, that there's something for all learners, and you know, a lot of the drive for the change and the national qualifications offer has been linked to the first one as well. The second one is an interesting one, isn't it, in terms of being agile. So our providers, our training providers, are often saying, you know, oh, we love an agile system where qualification can be changed quickly. You know, it's responsive to learner needs and to us as provider needs. So it's big ambition, and these are long-term ambitions as well as short-term. We can look at how we change things. So an agile qualification system for Wales. And if you think some of our larger reform work have taken 3 to 5 years, so the drive is how can you be a little bit more agile qualifications Wales, and how are you considering how to do that? And some of the shorter term 10-month to a year reviews and reforms have perhaps been something that providers like a little bit more. So I think that's, and you could argue with the national qualifications, again, takes a lot of time, but depending on the scale of the change, also influences how agile we can be as an organisation. So that's also, we tied it all in. So socio-economic changes, because depending on which stakeholder we spoke to, they wanted us to talk about businesses, they wanted us to talk about teachers. So we kind of pulled it all together and referenced socio-economic changes as well. And again, really focusing in on the learner, which is what we are committed to doing. The other one then, of course, is to be forward thinking. So the whole ambition of Future Generations Act is that you're thinking long term. They want 50-year commitments. 50 years is a very long time. So our commitment at the moment is to 2030. So that's as long term as we've gone for now. But it may be in the future we can be for more ambitious as well. But you can see that that's what the third one's about. Is about how do we work as an organisation to be the best that we can be to achieve the other two as well. So that's something that we're very committed to in terms of the wellbeing objectives. Officially, we are not accountable for the objectives of yet. So we've taken on we've voluntarily committed to these, and we're trying it out and seeing how we go. So changing the way we operate in terms of how we draft our operational planning, and also how we report as well. So that's something that's helping us to focus in different areas too. So the next slide then, please, is another kind of corporate commitment that we have, which is linked to being how we, sorry, I found we have, so the 5-year rolling plan that sets out our programme of work and the actions that we intend to take. So this is linked to having inclusion at the heart. And we have an equalities plan, and I'm sure most organisations have equalities plans now that shows how we will integrate it into our work. And we also have come together as a group and brought in under our anti-racism action plan, and we also have a carbon reduction action plan. And these are linked to the drivers from Welsh Government in terms of how we move forward as an organisation, but also in recognising that a number of our partners already have these different plans and different commitments, so sharing that shared goal. So as you know, we'll be reviewing our Choice for All strategy. So we'll also be shifting to incorporate a new approach to Cymraeg and integrating all our Cymraeg work into one strategy. And a colleague will be here this afternoon to talk to you a little bit more about what our new Cymraeg strategy will look like. And we'll be doing some more stakeholder engagement. So we'd really welcome your input into that, please. So on the screen, you'll see the 6 themes which are driving our work and our priorities, and none of them will be a surprise to you because they are linked to the work that we've been doing over the last years as well. So a Made for Wales focus, and this is to include securing a sustainable offer of high quality bilingual qualifications, which really focus on our reform work. So majority of the reform work does look at, is the availability of Welsh medium qualifications appropriate, and so that will continue. It's also around creating content that suits Wales, that is relevant to Wales and ties in a lot to the Cynefin, which is learning about who you are, where you're from, and what the area that you live in is famous for, and where the work is. The second one then is around learner wellbeing at the centre of our decisions. I think you've heard that all day. You'll leave today at least knowing that as well. That's something that will stick in your mind. The agile approach links again to the wellbeing objectives in terms of our commitment to at least looking at how we can be more agile in our approach and to remain up to date as well, so the qualifications are not becoming old quickly. And then they're relevant to modern society. So again, the short-term reviews, how are we looking at doing them, and working with you to drive modern day methods and of course digital developments. And we've committed to our AI statement, and we'll be reviewing that as well. And I think Dean and Nathan's session later will delve a little bit more detail into that. I think you're advancing anyway in that, so it's around how we can support you to recognise those advancements and how we use AI in assessment rather than shying away from it as well. And then the Cymraeg, which I just talked about. So we established our strategic partnership with the Coleg Cymraeg in recognising partners that can strengthen our work in that space. We'll hear more about that. And then, of course, the change management. So, you know, a lot of change is happening. We see ourselves as the connector. So the people who can bring people together to support the change, to deliver the change in the most successful way. A lot of it is changing behaviour as well, isn't it? So that's a lot of our commitment over the next few years, is being one of the partners that's driving the change, but also enabling the change as well. And then, of course, through all of this, the managing change is engagement. So that's my work. So it's talking to people, hearing where the problems are, working on shared solutions and moving things forward here in Wales. So in terms of the next slide, we'll move on to, which is the priorities slide. So again, linked to the work that we're doing and where we focus our priorities. There's always more we could be doing, but in terms of looking at where we're at and where we're going, where the resource, you'll know that the National 14 to 16 qualifications, it's been a key priority for us since we were given the instruction by the Welsh Minister to look at the qualifications that will then align to the ambition of the curriculum for Wales. So in 2019, we hosted our first of 7 consultations, seems like a long time ago. And then over the years, we've considered really how best to shape qualifications to support the curriculum for Wales. And the next last years and these next years are going to be really critical and really key in achieving the aim, the ambition and the goals for the curriculum for Wales, but also in the qualifications doing what they're supposed to do for our learners as well. For post-16 learners, we'll continue to focus on skills, recognising the important role of vocational qualifications and working with colleagues across the border as well in Ofqual, and make sure that we provide choice and support for the economy. And also working with yourselves, regardless of policy development in England, as learners in Wales will continue to be a priority for us. I'm checking that the existing reviews are set out and we have a longer term approach. So we haven't really committed to what's coming next after hair and beauty, and Gyrff will be here later on, who will talk a little bit about vocational qualifications and some of our intentions for the years moving forward. So we will talk to you about that as well. And then, of course, with WJC and looking at the A level and the AS levels and the progression from the learners coming from GCSEs for those who want to go on to A level, and mapping across as well. So over the next 5 years, we'll co-create with teachers and specialists in order to create a coherent, innovative and inclusive range of qualifications. And the range has now been decided. So yesterday, wave 3, as we know, the approval criteria were published. And so there'll be lots of work over the next year or so, just really delving deeper into detail. The exciting thing is there's so much interest from wider stakeholders into what that offer will look like. So we're really excited to work with the awarding bodies who are interested in that work to move things forward, to provide this exciting opportunity for learners in Wales. And then in terms of the modernising assessment, we'll hear a little bit more about that. And the most important for us as well is that we will use our powers and influence to encourage yourselves to modernise assessment approaches and prepare learning providers for increased amount of digital assessments. Digital accessibility within centres is different, and so it's in recognising some of those challenges as well. But, you know, collectively we can work together to support the system to be the best it can be. So there are some of the priorities, again, that interlink to the wellbeing objectives, as well as the six key areas as well. And we move on to the last slide, please.
Just to let you know that Raymond had his hand up, but it's now down,
sorry.
so just double checking if you wanted to come in at all.
Raymond, were you keen to come in now? No, okay, I'll carry on then if that's okay. Thanks, Annabelle. And next slide, please. And so this is in terms of how we intend to go about achieving all of those priorities and working on and to achieve the wellbeing objectives. So again, we can't work in isolation. So it's very much about working with yourselves, working with wider stakeholders to achieve the end goal, continuing to involve and collaborate, continuing to hold sessions like this, meetings, different events, continue our commitment to be forward thinking, not just doing what we do now, just always thinking about how we can be better, and also in committing to create a system that's sustainable and that has value and has public confidence in what we do as well. So that's, in a nutshell, some of the corporate drivers for our work over the next few years. Naturally, it's an annual funding stream that we have, but actually that's being a bit more longer term thinking in how we operate as well here. So no surprises, I don't think, and you can see some of, when you've had conversations with colleagues and where our priorities are, that all makes sense. So I'll stop there. Any questions? No, or comments? No. Right, lovely. So, and just link to some of the work there. If you're interested, we published our annual report yesterday, so we'll put a link in the chat. And I think Annabelle's put a link in the chat, link to the strategic priorities as well. And that's why Philip's down the bay with David then. So it was the 23-24. So there's quite a lot about yourselves as awarding bodies and the work we've done with you focused in that annual report as well. And so we'll have a look at, see how that goes afterwards as well. So thank you very much for all your support over for the last year as well. So we'll move on to the next slide, please. I will be leaving soon. Someone else will hand over. It's not Claire's show. It feels like Claire's show, doesn't it? Lovely. Thanks, Annabelle. And the next one, please. Lovely. So one of our values is collaboration and involving others, as you know, and it's become really a genuine part of our DNA in what we do. So we pride ourselves on working closely with partners such as yourselves to support each other on the qualifications journey. And a key colleague and partner over the years has been the Federation of Awarding Bodies, of which a number of you are members. And so it's great today that Louise from FAB can join us, and she's passionate about a system that works for learners of all backgrounds and abilities. Sadly, Louise can't be in the room today. However, she is joining us from sunny Sunderland. Sunny Louise, and she's going to say a few words about working collaboratively for improved regulation. Diolch, Louise.
Diolch, thanks for that, everyone. No, the name Sunderland, it's a trick, it's raining. So thank you for inviting me to speak today. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the policy officer at the Federation of Awarding Bodies, and a large part of my role is working with regulators in the devolved nations to represent members. Our members are UK regulated AOs, EPAOs and professional bodies. And of the 89 organisations recognised and regulated by Qualifications Wales, 71 are in FAB membership. We work with Qualifications Wales to keep our members informed and to give them opportunities to ask questions in person. The main method of doing this, which Claire has already mentioned, is our FAB Wales group. The group has almost 100 individuals registered from around 50 different organisations and meet termly. And Qualifications Wales have a standing agenda item within the meeting to attend and provide updates to the group. As well as Qualifications Wales, the group's also welcomed speakers from the Welsh Government and NTFW this year, among others. And FAB also has representation at the Qualifications Stakeholders Group and the Welsh Language Support Group. And we also have regular one-to-one catch-ups with Qualifications Wales. And it's this continued open communication that enables our members to have a say in regulatory activities in Wales through Qualifications Wales. And we know that our members find Qualifications Wales to be open, accessible and responsive to feedback. And we know that this helps ease regulatory burden, something which is a huge priority for all. In 2024, we've continued to strengthen our relationship with Quals Wales, liaising with them to create the Welsh language database. This allows organisations access to a list of Welsh-speaking assessors in each of the vocational areas, and the goal is to minimise the time that EPAOs spend on sourcing those specialist Welsh-speaking assessors. We've also promoted news and events, including today, from Qualifications Wales in our own publications, and we've shared feedback and official consultation responses with them. We recognise the trailblazing work that Qualification Wales are doing with their modernising assessment team, who we'll hear from later. And we've had those, the guys from the team host sessions for us online and attend our conference events. And we intend to continue to strengthen these bonds in 2025. FAB is in a period of change. We've welcomed our new CEO, Rob Nish, this year. Rob is currently working on our new membership strategy, and that's out for consultation with members. A key priority in that strategy is strengthening our voice in the home nations. And in 2025, we'll be holding an event for members in Wales. Details of that will follow early in the new year. We'll also be trying to visit in person more frequently. Rob is currently in Wales as we speak. I believe he's meeting with Meda right now, but he has met with various stakeholders. Indeed, he might have met with some of you on the call today. Our policy director, Dan, also has a trip planned for the spring. We'll continue to support and advocate for members as Qualification Wales complete their sector reviews by providing updates and opportunities to feedback directly to Qualifications Wales. We really value this ongoing relationship with Quals Wales because we know and we've seen how this benefits our members, who are at the heart of everything we do. Without the members, there is no FAB. So if you're interested in joining our FAB Wales group, or if you're one of that minority of recognised bodies who aren't in FAB membership, please do get in touch with me. Diolch yn fawr, Nadolig llawen. Thank you.
Diolch, Louise. That's fab. Lovely, fab. What a great organisation to work for, isn't it? Yeah, lovely. Thanks very much. Any questions for Louise or anything from the chat or from the room? No, everyone knows you very well, Louise. So great work, lovely. And how on earth you've managed to fit in working a full-time job and studying for PhD, I don't know. So yeah, lovely, Louise, and look forward to carrying on working with you over the next year. So
thank you.
And I think you're staying with us for the day, are you, Louise?
Yes, I'll be dropping in and out, but I'll be here for the majority. Great. Yeah.
Lovely, thanks. And I think Philip's meeting with your new chief exec this afternoon, actually.
Yes, I believe he is.
Lovely.
Rob wanted to be wanted to attend this session today, but it clashed with his travel into Wales. So yeah,
fab. Lovely. Thanks, Louise. Diolch. Fab. So we'll move on now. Diolch, Louise. To the next agenda item, which is the E-in-Merv. And so any hands up for what that stands for? Come on, Dan.
Engagement.
Lovely, lovely, yeah. So E in Merv, engagement, engaging, exactly, yeah, lovely. And here's the man of the moment. So I'd like to introduce you to Andrew, who has a wealth of qualifications development experience from maths and recently has been involved in the maths and numeracy approval criteria and the published foundation qualifications approval criteria. And again, a background in teaching and analytical testing. I need to ask you a little bit more about that when I see you next. Yeah, so lovely. So we're going to hand over to Andrew, who's going to go through a presentation, and then we'll do a short workshop online and then at the back of the room after this session, if that's okay. So lovely. Diolch. Over to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Claire. Bore da bow, morning all, and welcome to this session on the E and MERV. So I'm Andrew, and I'll run this item today, possibly with some interjections from my colleagues. I think looking at the slide on reflection without context is possibly quite a dubious title, but nonetheless, we're going to walk through the principles of manageability, engagement, reliability, and validity, or MERV for short, which I'm sure you're all well versed in. I know these forums involve a lot of listening, lots of important information, interesting topics, but in an effort to keep this engaging, there's probably a certain irony if I don't try and keep it engaging. I'd like to focus on what you think about engagement and what your thoughts are. So I'll give a brief overview of the aspects of MERV before passing it over to you to think about 3 questions and work in groups to discuss some of your thinking, come back together and get a snapshot of your conversations. So next slide, please, Annabelle. Well, thank you. So, like I said, lots of you be well versed on the aspects that make up MERV, but I'll give you a brief background and run through the 4 principles. So, MERV has served as a tool for considering the most appropriate balance of the principles of manageability, engagement, reliability, and validity during the development and reform of qualifications. And it allows us to consider the different elements of the qualifications, like the subject content and the assessment arrangements, and how they interact with each other with regards to MERV. So those that have been involved in the co-construction process, in the development of approval criteria or designing the qualifications against approval criteria, will have seen reference to MERV within the criteria themselves, as well as the requirement for awarding bodies to provide a rationale to explain how the decisions made regarding content assessment achieve an appropriate balance of manageability, engagement, reliability, and validity. You could say that manageability, reliability, and validity are more formally defined in research and literature, and obviously, most importantly, in the standard conditions of recognition. And then arguably, I suppose, engagement is probably less defined. There's definitely less research on engagement in assessment, at least compared to the other principles anyway. It's potentially more subjective compared to the other principles, and it's sometimes linked or is a facet of those other principles. So I'll run through each letter with a brief reminder of what these represent and then get you into groups. What I'm going to go through is not an exhaustive or rigid definition of each of these. There's obviously other considerations that you may want to make when balancing these principles. But anyway, so the first one, M, manageability. I'm sure you're an astute crowd. I'm sure you would have guessed that. But this then needs to be taken from different perspectives of learners and centres and others in the system. And what makes it manageable for one stakeholder might make it less manageable for another, or even yourselves as awarding bodies. So what we're looking at here are assessments that consider the cumulative impact of assessment burden across a suite of qualifications, assessments that are reasonably practical for centres to deliver, those that place realistic expectations on staff workload, that are achievable for learners and make use of the resources. E then represents engagement and focuses on the perspective of learners. This is about ensuring learners' interests are considered, and it can incorporate a variety of matters, including the impact of qualifications on learners' mental health and well-being. It's about the importance of minimising bias in the assessment. I think it's safe to assume as well that not all assessments will be universally engaging. But I think what we'd like to see here are qualifications and assessments designed as far as is possible anyway, to be accessible to learners, to be inclusive and representative, to help motivate learners and create a positive assessment environment. It could be about making appropriate use of technology, and also it could be about placing reasonable expectations on learners. So it includes a proportionate level of challenge. And then there's R, which is obviously reliability, and this, of course, is about consistency, including the consistency over time, between and within centres, between and within awarding bodies, between learners, regardless of things like protected characteristics, and between any potential different routes through a qualification where there's optionality. And then lastly, there's validity, which we can't have without reliability, and this is the extent to which the assessment assesses what you intend to assess. So what we want to see here are qualifications that include relevant content that covers the knowledge, skills, and understanding that's appropriate for the subject, possibly more authentic assessment, assessments designed to support the intended uses and interpretations of the qualification outcomes. So that was a brief overview. Annabelle, if you go on to the next slide with the 3 questions, should be. So we've got 3 questions. I think we're going to go into groups in a second for people to discuss. So question 1, how are qualifications or assessments currently be designed to be engaging? And we're asking this because we know qualifications are already being designed to be engaging. I don't think anyone's gone out of the way to create boring qualifications or qualifications that are designed to be disengaging. So what we want to hear is about some of the good stuff that's already happening in terms of making qualifications engaging, and how maybe possibly they resonate with some of the things that I just brought up. The second question is looking at the tensions that possibly exist. I should point out there doesn't always have to be tensions, that there often are, but some assessments designed recently to be more manageable have produced more engaging assessment that possibly improve the validity and reliability as well. But for today, we'd like to hear a bit more about those tensions and those issues you as awarding bodies find when developing assessments. And then the third question we'd like to hear if you use, how Qualifications Wales, how we can support awarding bodies in finding that optimum balance between the principles of manageability, engaging, reliability, and validity. So with that, I think we could possibly go into rooms, unless there's any questions before that.
No questions. Lovely. Okay, we'll move to the back of the room. You're going into rooms, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah, real.
10 minutes. Lovely. Okay, great. Diolch yn fawr. Can I get you? Okay.
Oh.
And help start with water on your way past options from. I know. Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
In there if you like.
being able to move consistently across the network.
It's a bit of the manageability side, but isn't it? You've got like various strands at various times, as well as the I guess resource as well, to the practical stuff. It's hard, isn't it, at the moment? You've got resource-rich assessments, which are great, aren't they, for the learner, but actually from a manageability perspective as well. It's difficult, isn't it?
Supposed to be. Sure. You can do all values.
The use language is important, not just from languages, but also the accessibility of those systems as well, making sure that it's appropriate for the level of learning and can actually understand what they're being asked to do.
How do you sort of include things like comparing comparability and consistency? You know, where is that balance between consistency and reliability and engagement? It's really hard, I think, to sort of get that balance right.
Sometimes if you have talk from employers or whatever, we sometimes want to have assessments that will like almost assess everything, you know, to a certain extent. In some ways, our sector bodies that you're working with may sometimes have high expectations of an assessment, which can make it extremely disengaging, can't it, for a learner as well.
And transferability as well.
Yeah.
If you're, you know, working in Wales and England and else in other nations, you know, that there would be being aware of those nuances within those nations as well. So there is such an important.
Okay. So looking at the third question then is how good qualifications and support awarded bodies in developing qualifications with the optimum balance between MERVs. Is there any more support that we could provide in that space? We obviously have documentation, I guess, around that. There's the documentation about fair access by design that's out there as well, which is helpful. And there's the mark, and the mark schemes. You know, that's those after the assessment of the kind of sort of levels-based mark schemes and that kind of stuff. Is there anything else that we could provide some guidance or in working with stakeholders? Get your shopping list out now.
Possibly sharing some examples of good consistency, because you know somebody's tried it out and they can see it's working, then that's often a good good opportunity. It's like Eston Seal, a fantastic teacher practice and share it, do they? You know, and so if you could do the same, that would be really lovely.
I think we provide good challenge as well, which is also important challenge. I guess my background is with the other regulator, so it's been interesting for me to see that, and that's not me criticising, it's just a different sort of relationship. Yeah. So I guess I find quite supportive in that way, and I think as an AO we can sort of and say we are getting to this optimal balance, which and just perhaps also defining what is the optimal balance. And that's going to change. That's going to be what isn't it? Which is having a sense of being.
Listening to stakeholders is so important in this as well. You know, just the important of being listening to learners. You know, how do they want that assessment and what do they feel is engaging? Because I think that, you know, actually listening to those learners really helps with that whole coaching structure.
For me, I think it would be guidance on delivery of bilingual assessments, particularly, you know, with on-screen assessments. Noticed, you know, with the meetings in Wales, body bodies are at different stages of development with bilingual assessments. And I think having some guidance on that, I think would certainly be helpful for everyone.
Yeah, I think it's still very much Cymraeg or English. Bilingual is slightly different.
Yeah,
there's probably more of the demand, as we know, see in the bilingual and the toggling. I think that the advances of technology is still a little bit behind, isn't it? Supporting some of that as well. And how do we work together almost?
and how to display those assessments for that's, you know, the most accessible for learners, and you know, that's most appropriate really way of doing that. And I think guidance, I think, would really help.
And it's great. How do you balance that so it doesn't stifle innovation?
Exactly. Sure that there's parity there.
The only thing we always struggle with as well, isn't it? I know, you know, the suite of GCSEs, for example, is that fine balance between external assessments and coursework elements, isn't it? And that is that fine balance, because it feels like, you know, sometimes people think exams very reliable form of assessment in some respects, but it's not necessarily managed to engage, or actually is invalid in some respects. But it goes back to then, of course, you've got the whole AI issue, haven't you? If people are going out there to try and create coursework elements, then it goes back to how do you authenticate that, which is a, you know, I guess maybe some case studies that's how that those sort of things have been balanced might be helpful. And it's very, I'm just like you say, be helpful.
One of the things that I used to, my little was going through school in Wales, is particularly around where you're thinking about centre-led assessment. Is it called Hub? You know, they've got a lot of resources on there. So I like we were talking about the equity piece. But even if I don't know, AO to get a summary of what is available to every learner in schools and NFB, so you got recordings and stuff, and so it's kind of got rid of that digital barrier, so to speak. So you know, just as understanding what's available to learners, so that we can kind of align with those requirements.
So it's really be a bit more implemented with what Welsh in terms of that accessibility. Post providers, it was difficult to get access to the pre-16 to the, you know, the whole space. So it's almost, as you say, like an open platform.
Expectations from
there's a lot of cross-regulation work. Actually, there are meetings that are held between. I think we have MER principles, you know, Ofcom here. They have their own, you know, your own branding. Obviously, this was something that's come up with this perspective. But you know, that hierarchy of what you have to consider when you're creating a qualification that'll be created by other regulators. There are conversations about those things. I mean, those principles are not new to anybody, are they? Working in qualification and assessment, but it's a nice, you know, acronym, isn't it, to get out there to make sure that we still.
It works well in Welsh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a good question in terms of, you know, rules looking at this, but then what your balls to travel with the Portugal for other learners across the UK.
But you're right about the digital assessment. In Wales, obviously, there was much more opportunities out there because of the way IT's managed in schools in particular. You just mean about that to have this opportunity.
The breakout rooms will be closing in a minute.
Okay, thanks, Annabelle. I suppose, you know, what everyone said on number one, then it becomes kind of, as you say, tension and quite difficult to achieve, doesn't it? So that's the, you know, choice and then how do you prepare, the comparability, and all of that comes to it as well. Yeah. Time.
We have weighing scales.
Yeah,
And it goes. Ka-ching.
Okay, great. We'll be back here.
Okay, everyone's coming back in. Andrew, lovely.
Brill, thank you. Thanks all. I just wondered if we could just get a really brief snapshot of just some of the things that may have come up. Just a point for each question, maybe. I know Aaron was in our group, so Aaron, I don't know whether you could just give a little bit.
Yeah, of course. I've taken some notes, so hopefully I've captured what the thoughts were in our room. But in terms of the first question regarding our qualifications currently being designed to be engaging, there was a thought that portfolio-based qualifications are already engaging and more in tune with learners. Flexibility in assessment allows centres to assess in a way that's more engaging for individuals, and also allows for differentiation for learners as well. It was mentioned the centre devised qualifications, particularly project-based units, they enable a real-life context. There was a suggestion, I hope I got this right, that electronic assessment can cause barriers and test knowledge as opposed to skills. So I hope I've got that one down right. And also the impact of AI, and that universities are particularly concerned about this. Shall I move on to tensions as well, Andrew?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, and look, what we captured in terms of tensions was a consistency and robustness of standards, and then also the importance of cross-centre moderation. And there was a suggestion that safe choices, they can lose the level of engagement with learners, and also time and cost. So the longer it takes, the more that it can cost to a centre as well, especially when they're testing practical skills and potentially out on the road testing practical skills. We did eventually get on to support, but only with a matter of 30 seconds left maybe, so we didn't capture anything, I'm afraid, for me to feed back in terms of support.
Thanks, Aaron.
Okay.
Is there another group that would like to just give a brief insight to some of their thinking?
Yeah, we're happy to. I'm sure Judith would be more than happy to speak with you, Judith.
Oh, I have notes.
Yeah, you know it from the top of your head, Judith.
Yeah, I suppose what we talked about for we talked about flexibility for the first one, that making sure that the qualifications have some flexibility there, that they included topics that were absolutely relevant to people. Dan, I could perhaps move on to the next one while we're thinking about it, but the positive ones. Some of the challenges were around, authenticity as well, making sure that, when you're trying to think about innovative approaches to assessment, how can you guarantee that any assessment is the learner's own work, and also they have to make sure that actually that there is that validity as well. So to make sure that you might have one of the challenges that we have with things like essay writing is that you'll capture all the knowledge that's there, but look, but there's so many other skills that you're not addressing at the same time. We talked about with Qualifications Wales support, we thought that they could, there's some really good feedback actually about how people thought that Qualifications Wales were very approachable, and they could be contacted to discuss any potential issues. We thought that they could possibly share good practice that they've seen, facilitate some good practice. Something else that we...
So, yeah, that's good. Yeah, good summary. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, thanks, Judith. Sorry,
thank you.
I put her on the spot.
Well, I think, is it Annie or June? I'm not sure, we're in another room.
Hi. Just a couple of key points. Sorry, my thing kept going in and out, so I didn't hear it all. So please speak up if I miss anything. We did talk about the importance of designing and engaging vocational qualifications with a focus on making them relevant and customised to meeting learners' needs. It was highlighted that the development of new reformed qualifications and emphasising the role of AI in making them engaging and relevant. There were challenges to measuring engagement due to its subjective nature, and it is important. Relevance and validity is very important. We also discussed the needs for contextualised and flexible qualifications, and that's to cater to diverse learners, particularly at lower levels. It was also suggested that Qualifications Wales could support awarding bodies by providing AI tools, and also discussing the need for clear guidelines from regulators just to ensure consistency. So that's a bit of a snapshot. I don't know if anybody wants to enlighten on any of that.
It was quite interesting to hear, wasn't it, that the other groups, the things they've mentioned, also came up in our group. So yeah, there's a consistency of thinking as well across the audit bodies was quite interesting, I thought.
Well, thank you all. That's been really helpful. We'll take away that write up and think about next steps based on some of the feedback you've provided. So thank you all. With that, Claire, I'll pass back to you.
Lovely. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Andrew. Thanks ever so much for that. Great opportunity to get up and walk around as well here. So thanks for that. Lovely. Okay, so if you've had experience or you've been working for an awarding body for the last 5 years, then you'll be very aware of the 14 to 16 qualifications reform to align with the ambition of Curriculum for Wales. And if you're WJC, you're already a major player and have been a part of that journey. And with the publication of Wave 3 approval criteria yesterday, there are many awarding body opportunities still to come. So I'd like to hand over to the first duo of the day, who are going to talk about the next steps for national qualifications. June and Alexis, who've both been here since the birth of Qualifications Wales. June is a senior qualifications manager and she's been leading on the work of Wave 3 qualifications reform. And Alexis is head of approval and designation, and she leads the team responsible for approving new qualifications, including the national qualifications. So what I'll do is I'll hand over to you ladies. So we've got Alexis in the office and June at home. So here goes. Diolch.
Thank you, Claire, and good morning, everyone. Just if we could move straight on to our first slide. Thank you, that's brilliant. Okay, so just to sort of recap a little bit really first is just to say that our recent work has involved over the last few years carrying out multiple consultations to determine the range of publicly funded qualifications that will be available for 14 to 16-year-olds in Wales from 2027. Since publishing the range earlier this year, we've been working collaboratively with awarding bodies and many of you here today. And that has actually been one of the most exciting and enjoyable parts of my work that I think I've ever done. And it's been amazing working with everybody, and everyone has been so supportive. But alongside that, we've also been working with other stakeholders to support this development of approval criteria. And we see it as a collaboration. It's not us coming up with something, it's been a real collaborative process, I think. And this has included workshops, as I say, with yourselves and internal colleagues, as well as engagement with centres, employers and other key stakeholders that will be involved in these qualifications. Having drafted the approval criteria, we sought feedback on them via our Have Your Say platform recently known as EHQ. And having reflected on that feedback, we made some amendments to the drafts. And these are reflected in the final approval criteria that I'm delighted to say were published yesterday on time. And, you know, they really are for you now. It's over to you really with those. So specifically, we published approval criteria for the qualification types listed on this slide, alongside a decisions report and a narrative document called the Vision for National 14 to 16 Qualifications. And that gives you a little bit more context, because sometimes approval criteria can't tell you enough about what the qualification is trying to do. So they're very regulatory documents, aren't they? But we decided to publish this other document, this vision, that gives a lot more context to each of the qualifications and helps people to understand what it is we're trying to achieve a little bit more clearly, really. So I'm not going to go into any more on any of that. I think you can all read them in your own good time. But I'm now going to hand over to my colleague, Alexis, who's going to talk you through the next steps for the project. And it's over to you, Alexis.
Brilliant. Diolch, June. Bore da pawb. Good morning, everyone. So as Claire said earlier, I'm the head of approval and designation. So my team is responsible for approving qualifications that are made for Wales, including our national qualifications suite. So June's got to do the exciting bit, which involved all the stakeholder engagement and looking at what these qualifications are going to be like in the vision. I get to do the boring regulatory bit. So my section of these slides, which unfortunately is a bit longer than what June's talked about, is about what next for awarding bodies from a regulation perspective, because it's kind of over to us now that they have, now that the approval criteria have been published. So I'm going to tell you about the activities taking place with awarding bodies during 2025 and 2026 as we move towards the introduction of national qualifications for 14 to 16-year-olds, and these are for first teaching from September 2027. So the approval criteria were published yesterday. They set out our regulatory requirements for the national qualifications. So we've written to your responsible officers with information about the next steps relating to the national qualifications. This presentation summarises the next steps. However, we do recommend that if you're not a responsible officer yourself, that you liaise with your responsible officer on this topic. The letter that we've sent includes links to the information that is contained in these slides, and we'll be communicating mainly via responsible officers as we put more detail out to you about what's happening next and the processes. Can I have the next slide, please, Annabelle? So following publication of the approval criteria, we've got several types of activities going place. We've got designation, which is going to be relevant for all awarding bodies that are offering pre-16 qualifications in Wales at the moment or are intending to, not just those awarding bodies who are planning to submit national qualifications to us for approval. We've also got awarding body recognition coming up. This is in addition to our usual recognition of awarding bodies to deliver regulated qualifications in Wales and is specific to these national qualifications. And then we were also planning for approval. And finally, we've got a little bit of information for you about the Welsh Language Support Grant. So on this slide, just a little bit of information about the designation of pre-16 qualifications. So as a reminder, designated qualifications are eligible for public funding on programmes of learning for learners up to the age of 19. So maintained schools in Wales must deliver designated or approved qualifications. So in November, we published our revised designation handbook. This includes updates to our policy for designating pre-16 qualifications. If you haven't looked at this yet, we recommend that you familiarise yourself with the revised policy and our rules for designation. The handbook also includes guidance for awarding bodies on submitting requests for designation, including our updated evidence requirements for pre-16 qualifications. So that handbook still applies to all designated qualifications in Wales. There's just more in it now relating to the designation of qualification for pre-16. So there's a link to information about our designation policy on this slide, and that includes the designation report, the decisions report, and the handbook. So the handbook is a one-stop shop. It's got the designation policy in it, it's got our rules, and it's got our guidance. So our designation policy states that we will not designate qualifications that are same or similar to approved qualifications. So as we are introducing a new suite of approved qualifications, we will be conducting an exercise which will consider all of the qualifications that are currently designated for pre-16 against a new approved suite. And our review will consider factors such as level, sector subject area, and purpose. So the decisions we make during this exercise will inform whether we allow designation of qualifications for pre-16 learners beyond the 1st of September 2027. So that's whether we will allow some of pre-16 qualifications to remain designated to sit alongside the approved national suite. It's our intention, and this is set out in our policy statement and in the policy itself, that from September 2027, approved national qualifications will form the majority of the offer for 14 to 16-year-old learners in Wales, with a limited number of designated qualifications alongside them. So for this reason, all pre-16 qualifications currently have a maximum TDA FSD of 30th of September 2026. And this is so we can make decisions about whether qualifications can be designated beyond September 2027. And just as a reminder, because everybody loves an acronym, TDA FSD is the typical designation or approved final start date. And that's a typical date on which a new learner, that's an important bit, a new learner may start a course leading to that qualification. So this end date of 30th of September 2026 allows learners starting year 10 in September 2026 to start existing designated qualifications, while learners starting year 10 in 2027 will be taking the full suite of approved national qualifications, again, as I said, with a limited number of designated qualifications available. If we do allow a qualification to remain designated beyond September 2027, it must meet our guiding principles for 14 to 16-year-olds. And these principles are set out in our designation policy. They are that the qualification must relate to and support the aims and purposes of the new curriculum. They must be available in Cymraeg, Welsh and English, and they must contribute to a coherent and inclusive range of qualifications that meets the needs of all learners. So there are exemptions to meeting this requirement, and the exemptions, I think there are 5, they're set out in the policy. Timelines for designation activities for pre-16 qualifications over the next 2 years are set out in the Annex B, I think it is, of the decisions report. So I'll pause for questions at the end of this slot, but if you think of anything that comes up afterwards, or as you're doing some planning, or just your business as usual work, then do get in touch with us via the approval and designation mailbox. Can I have the next slide, please, Annabelle? So the other activity taking place, or another one, is the awarding body recognition for national qualifications. So as we said, in order to deliver the national qualifications, awarding bodies must meet additional recognition criteria. And this activity is being run by our VQ monitoring team. So during autumn 2024, we consulted on the recognition criteria for awarding bodies to deliver the national qualifications. Following the close of the consultation, the recognition criteria will be published in January 2025. Awarding bodies will be able to confirm their intention to apply for recognition to deliver the national qualifications to our vocational qualifications monitoring team. And again, contact details are at the end of this section of the slides. The VQ monitoring team will meet with awarding bodies in early 2025 to discuss their applications for recognition. Have the next slide, please. So this is probably the meatiest bit of the presentation today. It's about the approval of national qualifications. So as I said, awarding bodies must achieve recognition to deliver national qualifications. They must achieve that prior to submitting qualifications to us for approval. So the approval criteria published yesterday set out our requirements. And so the next few slides will provide some high-level information about the approval process. This information will be available on the QW website, but it's already there. If you get hold of the letter that we sent to your responsible officers, there are links to some of the information on this slide within that letter. And we will be providing more detail in a dedicated section of the website from January 2025. Now for the next slide, please. So the qualification approval process, some awarding bodies will have been through this before. For some of you, it will be new. The approval, whether for national qualifications or post-16 vocational qualifications, what we do is the same. The awarding body submits materials to us, we review them and provide feedback. The awarding body actions our feedback and then resubmits it to us, and we continue that process until we are content that our approval criteria have been met and that the qualification is compliant also with the standard conditions of recognition. So when awarding bodies submit qualifications to us for approval, we ask you to submit the qualifications via our Q database. We will provide instructions on this because it's a little bit different, although there are similarities to how you use the Q for designation. We ask you to submit to us the specification, sample assessments or your assessment tasks if they're static. We also ask you to supply a rationale document. If you've looked at our approval criteria, whether for these qualifications or for other qualifications, we have rationale requirements at the end. And these are linked to the main requirements, and they enable awarding bodies or require awarding bodies to explain their approach to qualification design decisions, how you've balanced the aspects of the qualification against each other to come up with something that meets our approval criteria while being fit for purpose. Andrew has talked about the E in MERV. MERV is something that features quite strongly in the rationale requirements, in that they are a really useful tool for awarding bodies to explain to us how they've come up with the design and structure, the content of the qualification that they have. We'll provide a template and guidance for the rationale documents. Don't feel you have to look at that selection of rationale requirements at the end of the approval criteria and sort of try and work out how to put that together. We will give you a template and some guidance. In terms of planning the approval process, we're planning for 3 submissions, which means 3 rounds of feedback. 3 rounds of submission to us, feedback, and then responding to our feedback in the following submission. And we're allowing for 4 submissions for VCSE. We can schedule more if needed. If compliance is not achieved by the 3rd, 4th submission, then we can work in additional submissions if needed. And as I said, we review for compliance against qualification approval criteria, and we also review for compliance with the standard conditions of recognition. And in terms of the standard conditions of recognition, we're really focusing on fitness for purpose, as well as the clarity of materials for centres and learners. We will provide regulatory feedback to the awarding body in a standard report template, and we'll follow each written report with a feedback meeting with the awarding body to provide clarification if needed and confirm next steps. Next slide, please. So this is the activity timeline, and we do have a Welsh version of this available as well. It shows all of the activities for recognition, approval, and the Welsh Language Support Grant. The Welsh Language Support Grant is in the timeline there for early 2025, and you can see that the application process, this is for the 25 to 26 financial year, is open from the 13th January until the 28th of February 2025. And we'll put more detail on this timeline as we go into early 2025, and we're going to be publishing more information for you all at the end of January, and then we'll build upon it throughout the year. We'll include things like FAQs, because we've got hopefully lots of different awarding bodies participating, so we'll have an FAQs page so that where awarding bodies ask us sort of general queries about the process, we can share them with everybody. Obviously nothing that relates to your actual plans for development, but that general sort of process information and support we will update for you throughout the year. One thing that we need to highlight on this slide is that the deadline for approving qualifications in time for teaching from September 2027 is August 2026. And this is because QW has a public commitment to qualification materials being available a full year ahead of first teaching. We do recognise that to meet the August 2026 approval deadline, awarding bodies might be developing qualifications while the recognition application is underway. My team, the approvals team, will be liaising with the VQ monitoring team throughout 2025 to share updates on our respective parts in the process and make sure that we're presenting a joined up approach to both recognition and approval with you all. And then on to the next slide, please. So this is a brief outline of the approval process for awarding bodies. It shows what I've just said in terms of the review, submission, review, feedback and resubmission process. And again, this is also available in Cymraeg. Next slide, please. So it's quite difficult to sort of say definitively how long it takes to approve a qualification. We usually plan for approval to take about 18 weeks from further submission. So this is definitely not fixed. It depends on the quality of the submissions. It also includes time between submissions for the awarding body to review and respond to our feedback for the next submission. We do expect materials to be fully quality assured when they come to us. Although we don't proofread materials as part of our review process, because this is the awarding body's responsibility, if they're not fully checked by you before they come to us, then we might be spending time giving you feedback and identifying areas of non-compliance that perhaps could be avoided, rather than focusing on the key things like structure and decisions made relating to content and assessment. So although we might still get the gist of what's going on with the qualification in terms of its content and structure and how it's assessed, if it's not fully proofread, then there's more chance that we will be feeding back on points of clarity, because, as I said, clarity for learners and centres is key part of our review when we look at your materials. So the better the quality of the submission, the greater chance is that we can get feedback to you more quickly, and as well that we won't need more than 3 or 4 submissions, and that we can get things done within that approximate 18-week timescale. So to enable us to schedule submissions, awarding bodies will be given a form to complete by the approval team to confirm which qualifications you're intending to submit and when you're anticipating to submit them to us. The form will be shared with awarding bodies when you meet with the VQ monitoring teams to discuss recognition, and we're asking awarding bodies to get this information to us between mid and late March 2025. It will just be initial high-level timelines, and from there we'll work on the details. So from late March, early April, we will be considering all the information we receive about what you're intending to submit and when from the awarding bodies. And we will then plan the approval process across the suite based on the resources we've got available, and also with that August 2026 deadline in March. We will then confirm submission dates to awarding bodies. So we will endeavour not to ask for earlier submissions than what you've proposed. However, we will need to be managing the dates for submission to avoid all of the activity being compressed into that March to August 2026 timeline. March 2026 is the latest that we will take a first submission. But if awarding bodies are able to get things to us from September onwards, then that will really help you to manage your time and for us to manage ours. Earlier submission also means that there's opportunities for awarding to publish specifications earlier than that September 2026 deadline. We're looking at June at the earliest for specs to be published, but it can be any time between June and September 2026. So that is a bit of a whistle-stop tour. There will be more information available to you on the website in January. Do speak to your responsible officers to have a look at that letter and see the links to those timeline documents and process documents that were on the slides earlier, and obviously you'll have these slides as well. I just wanted to open the floor up if anybody's got any questions. Hey, Judith.
Hi there. Yeah, you mentioned about some qualifications could stay as designated that weren't part of this suite.
Yeah.
Is there any idea about how soon we can apply to extend particular qualifications so that it can remain designated after August 2026?
So you won't need to apply for that. So any qualifications that are currently designated for pre-16, as you're aware, we've applied a maximum final start date of 30th of September 2026. What we're going to be doing in 2025 as early as possible in 2025, probably from around about February time, and we're already looking at all of the qualifications we've got on queue that are currently designated for pre-16. We will be going through all of those qualifications and starting to look at which qualifications might be similar and which ones aren't, and we will be in touch with the awarding bodies with more detail around that process in the new year. But you won't need to apply if you've got qualifications that are currently designated for pre-16. Then we'll be automatically considering them.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? Anything on the chat? Brilliant. Okay. Yeah. If you do have any questions, on the next slide there are contact details. There's a link to the website. There's not quite up yet, but we've got contact details for my team who run both approval and designation, the VQ monitoring team who will be doing the recognition process. I think we've got I think there's a link on there for the Welsh language support grants team as well, and there's a hand up. Delith.
Hi Alexis, just wondering, we normally publish a draft spec earlier than the approved spec, so just wondering if we would be allowed to do that prior to June. I mean, not that we know that we would definitely want to at this stage, but just wondering if that would be permissible.
I think I'll have to take that away, Des, and get back to you. I mean, it sounds sensible, and as it would probably be dependent on where we are in terms of timelines and things like that. But once the specification gets to sort of a reasonable state, but maybe there's some things, minor things left to resolve, then we can definitely discuss draft specifications. But what we'll do is we will factor that into the information we put out in January and to provide some more definitive on that, if that's okay.
Yeah, lovely, thank you. And just one other on outlines. I'm assuming that we don't have the outline stage
No,
for
we're not
these
doing.
polls. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So by
thank
way
you.
of background for GCSEs, WJC for each way of qualifications have published qualification outlines, which are just sort of a high level, somewhere between the approval criteria document and a full published specification, which was out for consultation, and Qualifications Wales provided some feedback. We're not intending for that to be part of the process for the next wave of national qualifications. All right. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Thanks, Alexis, and diolch, June. Lovely. Okay, and on the next slide, there were all the further information and contacts that Alexis was referring to, but these slides are already on the Have Your Say site with so where you can access everything along with the agenda and everything. So everything's already there. So that's good news. I've just had a nosy. So yeah, and it is now break time. So we're going to go and have a coffee, tea, whatever you'd like. Enjoy your coffee or tea and your biscuit, compliments of Qualification Wales. And for those of you who are at home, we're going to walk over and grab a tea or coffee, and we'll be back after the break, 11:15, please. And we'll be joined by Lisa O'Connor from Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol, who's going to talk to us. Lovely. So we'll see you soon. Diolch yn fawr. Thanks. Okay. Everyone refreshed? Yeah. I think everyone's back in the room virtually as well. Yeah, any thumbs up for people back? And can you hear me? Yeah, lovely. Oh, hi, Hannah. Thanks, thumbs. Lovely. I'm just checking Lisa's in the room. Lovely. Hiya, Lisa.
Helo.
Hiya, ti'n okay?
Dwi'n iawn, diolch.
Hiya, lovely. Brilliant. Okay, and we'll kick off then. So thanks ever so much, everyone. I hope you had a good break. So as you know, Qualifications Wales are committed to working with awarding bodies to increase the range of qualifications available in Cymraeg and English, so that the number of learners are able to access qualifications in either language or bilingually. And so back in the summer of 2022, Qualifications Wales and the Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol, we established a strategic partnership. This ensures that we work together to increase the availability of Welsh and bilingual opportunities in post-16 education. And collectively, it's been possible to reach our audiences of learners and to make a difference. Lisa and I have actually worked together for over 11 years in different roles. And so when Louise actually talked about the assessor database for Welsh Medium, we were very excited because Lisa and I were trying to get that done around 11 years ago. So it was a real landmark and milestone for us and everyone who's been involved. So Lisa has extensive experience and understanding and knowledge of teaching and learning, language policy, FE and qualifications. And it's great that she's here today to talk about how we are collaborating for Cymraeg. So Lisa, over to you. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr. Wel, diolch yn fawr am y gwahoddiad I ymuno. Thank you so much for the invitation to join today. Yeah, Claire's kind of done the introduction, really. My name's Lisa O'Connor. I work for the Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol, but previously to that, I worked in an FE college for 10 years as part of the Bilingual Champions project. I was supposed to stay for 3, but they couldn't get rid of me. So I stayed for over 10 years. So hopefully that experience stands me in good stead about what I'm going to be discussing with you today. I just thought to give everything a bit of context, I would maybe do a quick overview of the Coleg's work and then perhaps move on a little bit more to what your focus is today and this idea of collaborating and cooperating through a period of change. Diolch. Gafon y sleid nesaf. Diolch. So, just to, if you don't already know, and apologies if you know a little bit about the work of the Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol already, but the Coleg Cymraeg has the responsibility for a strategic sort of planning of Welsh medium education for post-16. It's been working for over 10 years in the HE sector, and then in 2018, a review was conducted, and it was asked then in 2019 to begin a process of doing the same and similar work also within the FE and apprenticeship sector. So if I can go to the next slide, diolch. As a response to the review, the Coleg Cymraeg prepared a strategy, and as you can see, the title is there, Towards Cymraeg 2050 Million o Siaradwyr. So it's very much focused on the government's policy to achieve 1 million speakers by 2050. And I would argue, and I will admit I am slightly biased, I would argue that the FE and apprenticeship sector is absolutely vital because these are the young people who will more often than not stay in their communities and join in what their communities are doing and serve their communities as hairdressers and plumbers and brickies and, you know, in all of those kinds of roles. Yes, there are students who go away to university and come back, but I think this group in particular are very, very important so that they develop their own skills, but also that they can provide a good customer service for those who need it or would choose it in the future. So this is a 10-year strategy. It was launched in 2019, and so the colleague is now halfway through that strategy, and it's in the process at the moment of being revised and reviewed. My colleague, Dr. Lowry Morgans, is working on that at the moment. I think it's fair to say we've recognised a lot of good practice, a lot of things that have worked well, and a few things that we'd like to improve as we move on into the next 5 years of the strategy. Bearing in mind that today's theme is sort of collaborating through change, a lot has changed in the last 5 years. So when the strategy was initially written, it was written with very much sort of that landscape in mind. Things have changed dramatically. Even COVID has kind of flipped things on its head. 5 years ago, we would have all been in the same room. Now, suddenly, we've got Teams, we can communicate this way. So, it's just an indicator, really, of the things that have changed. So, Skyvin, a slide next slide, please. Oh, it feels a bit like I'm back in the pandemic. Was it Professor Chris Whitty used to say, next slide, please? Getting a bit of a flashback there. Anyway, so the process that we've embarked on is to develop Welsh medium and bilingual provision in the post-16 sector. It's not an overnight fix, but it's an incremental approach to make sure that learners who want to do things through the medium of Welsh can do so. If they've been to a Welsh medium school, it's really important that they hang on to those skills and that they develop those skills. But that learners as well who perhaps haven't had as much contact with the Welsh language previously get that opportunity to develop skills. Obviously, they probably won't be as far on in their journey, but giving them that opportunity to develop themselves, to be able to offer a good customer service in Welsh. So with the next few slides now, I'm going to take you through some of what I would consider to be our basic principles. They are, of course, in the strategy, and if you want to read it, please feel free. It's not too long, so I promise you won't have to spend hours and hours reading it, but it will give you that overview of how we work and where we target. So if I can go to the next slide, please. Now, as I already mentioned, the Coleg Cymraeg initially was working in the HE sector and very much targeting students who had been in Welsh medium schools and were ready to progress to the next level in terms of their study and their Welsh language skills. Now, when the strategy was launched for FE and apprenticeships, we have adopted a slightly different approach, which perhaps what I previously said will kind of feed into all of this. So we work with every single learner, whether they've got an A-level in Welsh or whether they arrived in Wales 3 weeks ago and say, very honestly, I haven't got a clue what's going on. That's fine. And what we've done is we look to 4 levels on the pyramid. They're fairly self-explanatory, really. So you've got your awareness, and that will be those who have had very, very little contact with Welsh before. Then we move to understanding, and there, roughly, you will have your learners who have perhaps done a GCSE second language. So they've got the understanding. Perhaps what they don't have is the confidence, which is where we go next. And here, really, this is quite a diverse group. You may have those who have done Welsh GCSE second language. Actually, they do have that confidence. Or you may have learners who have been through Welsh medium education, but perhaps they're not quite on that fluency and they lack that little bit of confidence. So that sort of third block is really quite a wide range. Obviously, when you get to fluency, you're very much looking there at your Welsh speakers, those who have gone through Welsh medium education and those who are comfortable writing in Welsh, speaking in Welsh, responding in Welsh, all of those things. So it really is a plan to target every learner. And I don't know how familiar you are with the LLWR, but which is the Lifelong Learning Wales record, but these match fairly kind of loosely with the designations on the LA26. So you've got your B3, which is awareness, B2, understanding, then you move to B1, which is confidence, and then C1, which is fluency. So they roughly equate to that as closely as you can get. Now, some of you might be aware that there is a bill for Welsh and education, and that bill is utilises the CEFR in terms of identifying language skill. And there is an intention to map this, some of the work has already happened, but to map this pyramid to that CEFR, which is, again, it's just a different way of assessing language skill and for people to be able to kind of work out where they are in terms of their skill. So that's the first principle. It's a plan for every learner. Next slide, I can tell you a little bit then about the next principle, which is the fact that we work with the 6 pillars. Llwn ni fynd i'r slide nesaf. Can we go to the next slide, please? Brilliant, diolch yn fawr. So we have 6 pillars. These are self-explanatory, really. We've got learners, staff, provision, resources, qualifications, of course, and employers. And I'm going to try and just, as we go through the presentation, try and give you just a little bit of a flavour of what we're doing with each of these areas. So I have a small team that works with me. We've got 4 within our team, and each of them then takes responsibility for either one of those pillars, as we call them, or aspects of those pillars. So if after this presentation you've got any questions or any queries, or you'd like to get in touch, please feel free to do so. But if it's on a specific pillar, I might then refer you on to one of the team, as they are the ones who've got that kind of specialist knowledge and in-depth knowledge on the various pillars. So why these 6 pillars? Well, I hesitate to use the J word, the journey word, but I think this really covers a learner's journey through the various steps of their qualification or whatever they're doing. And in order to make sure that they can have an experience either bilingually or through the medium of Welsh, all of these elements have to be in place. Diolch. Right, if I can move to the next slide, please. Now, it's fair to say, as much as we would love to do everything, we have to prioritise. And, you know, this is true in any role with anything. We have a finite budget, as everybody does, and so we have prioritised 8 areas. Now, the first 3 areas, which are health and care, childcare and public services, were the first areas in 2019. And I was still in the FE college at the time, and that college, the college that I worked for, was one of the sort of pilot projects, and we targeted health and care at that time as our sort of priority. Now, the pandemic came along and did sort of slightly break the flow a little bit. So the 3 priority areas were in 2019. Then in 2022, it extended to agriculture and sports and leisure. Now, agriculture, or we kind of call it sort of studies, land studies, because some colleges don't deliver agriculture as such, but they do deliver animal care and management. And also we can consider forestry sort of within this as well. So just to kind of, well, extend the appeal really as much as we can. Then in 2023, we moved into creative industries and business, and our most recent priority area is construction. Now, what this means practically is that colleges and apprenticeship providers are offered a sum of funding to recruit staff to deliver bilingually or through the medium of Welsh. It's a taper model. So over time, what the Coleg hopes is that the colleges then see the worth of that individual, understand the role that they can play, and slowly will contribute a little bit more towards that role. Certainly in some of those initial roles, that has already happened. And the colleges have said, yeah, we can see the impact that this person is having, and we're gonna hang on to them. Some colleges, it's fair to say, did face some challenges in recruitment. But what they did was brilliant, really. They adopted a grow your own policy. So what they've done is they've recruited people in as sort of bilingual assistants, if you will. But what they've done is put them through the PGC, and then they come out at the end as a fully fledged lecturer, which is a fantastic way of doing it because you give somebody the experience, they like it, they enjoy it, their professional development, is invested in, and then they commit to staying within that college or within that provider. So those are our priority areas. Some of you, as awarding bodies, may have come into contact with us if you have any of these priority areas. But if not, we are hoping to develop further. Now, I already mentioned that we're revising the strategy at the moment. The feeling, taking everything into account, is that what we'd like to do, at least for another year or two now, is to consolidate what we have, consolidate the provision that we have, make sure that that is secure, safe. And if you think about some of these colleges, they are large colleges geographically. If you think of Gwent, if you think of MPTC Group. So one resource for health and care is not going to be enough. So what we'd like to do is to maybe extend the resources so that they can perhaps geographically be spreading out over, over different campuses. But we've had some strong indications as well, once we kind of develop into new areas where colleges would like to go and providers. There's a lot of interest, of course, understandably, in green energies at the moment, and a huge amount of interest as well in commercial enterprises. So if you think of that, you're thinking of the hospitality element, you're thinking potentially of hair and beauty, anything really where there's a commercial element and an element of customer service. Okay, if I can move to the next slide, please. Now, with the next slide, really, as you can see, this matches up with the pillars, but this is why we do what we do. It's for the learners. Learners are keen to develop their Welsh language skills or to maintain their Welsh language skills. And there's a handful are a bit reluctant as well, and that's fine. That this is the audience that we work with. But it's so important for them to be given that option and for it to be a proactive offer as well. In my experience, it's easy when you're 16, 17, just to follow the crowd. If everybody else is doing it, you'll do it too. And what I found was that in September, when you said to a learner, would you like to do something in Welsh? No, it's okay. Don't want to do anything in Welsh. But by November, oh yeah, I'll do a task in Welsh. And by January, right, what else can I do in Welsh? It's about letting them decide when they're confident, comfortable. I mean, some would be straight away, I need to do all of this in Welsh. Please don't make me do it in English. I don't have the confidence. That's fine. But it really is about responding to their needs, but also encouraging them. If they have been to a Welsh medium school, they have got those skills. And nothing makes me more frustrated and more sad when I come across pupils who say, yeah, I went to a Welsh medium school and then I didn't practice and now I've forgotten all of it. And the truth of it is, give them a few weeks immersed in Welsh and it all comes flooding back. And so many that I come across saying, oh, I wish I kind of used my skills more actively. So I think we've got a role to play, certainly in colleges, certainly with apprenticeship providers, to be that bridge into the workplace. Okay, if I can go on to the next slide, please. So I mentioned as one of the pillars, and I just thought I would draw your attention to a Porth at Northau. It's a free open access platform for resources. It's available to all. You can click on this in 2 minutes time and it will be available to you. It's really easy and intuitive to use. You can filter. So if you want to look for specific resources, you can filter to a specific area, an age group, whatever. What I will say is we have kept these resources sort of non-qualification specific. They are quite generic, and that is a deliberate thing. So when we employ our subject experts, they will work across sometimes 3 or 4, maybe even more awarding bodies, and essentially pick out the themes or the subjects that are consistent in those sort of qualifications, and make sure then that you can dip in and out, you can follow the whole resource, you can select the units that are more relevant for you. We are also and you can see there, Fferm Ddiogel, which is actually a VR and AR resource. You can download it on your phone. All the colleges now have a VR headset that they can use, and this comes highly recommended. I actually showed it on my phone to my 16-year-old son, and as you can imagine, you know, they are a fairly fussy audience, and he said, "Ah, that's quite cool." So I think that's high praise indeed. You can download it on your phone for free. All of these resources are free. There are options. You know, there are options either to do it online, to download to your phone, but everything is free because obviously our audience, to be fair to them, perhaps don't have a huge amount of disposable income, and we want to make it as accessible as possible for them. So if I can move to the next slide, please. We are constantly looking for new ideas. So these are our projects during sort of this academic year just gone. We are in the process now, we'll start in January, preparing the sort of business case for the next block of resources. So if you do have anything and you think, oh, there's a real gap there, please let us know. You know, we are more than happy to take on suggestions because, well, built environment has been a priority. We are looking at some resources there. We do have a subject expert working for us at the moment, but we're hoping to extend our work if at all possible. We're also getting some feedback now. You know, if you think we've been working for 5 years, some of our initial resources now, we're hoping to perhaps refresh some of those as well. It's amazing how quickly things date. You don't think 5 years is that long, but for 16-year-olds, 5 years is a very, very long time. Okay, if I can move to the next slide, please. Sorry, I'm really conscious of time, so I'm going to try and move on quite quickly. So it's really important that I move to this one. So Claire has already mentioned the strategic partnership with Qualifications Wales. And in the 2 years that I've been working here with the Cwrdd Cymraeg, I do feel like things have moved on significantly. I hope that we function because we have regular meetings with the Cwrdd Cymraeg and Qualifications Wales. You know, I hope that we are a critical friend, but a supportive critical friend to each other. We can let each other know and say, do you know what, I think this might be an issue. We need to have a look at this. And just to maintain really that discussion and that really kind of open discussion around what the learners need. So yeah, hopefully we're making, I feel like we are making really impressive strides with this, but there's lots of work still to be done. I will be the first one always to say there's a lot more that we need to do, but obviously we have to prioritize. We have to really kind of put our efforts into where we feel we can have that really, well, big initial impact, and then we can start to develop from there. Hopefully from this presentation so far, hopefully what you've seen is that it's a really complex jigsaw. A learner will be influenced by so many things, whether they're an FE learner who turns up in college on day one. You know, they will be influenced by who's their tutor, who's in their class, are there mates in there, have they done Welsh before, what kind of experiences have they had of Welsh before, has somebody said to them on day one, would you like to do some of this through the medium of Welsh? Have a little think about it. In the same way, if it's an apprenticeship route, there are so many influences. It will be based on the learner's previous experience. It will be based maybe on where they're working geographically. Are there many Welsh speakers in the area? Do they come across many Welsh speakers in their customers? Is their employer supportive? There are so many complex pieces, and in an ideal world, they will all fall together and all fall into place. But it takes time and it takes commitment. And it takes that desire as well on behalf of the learner. So it's not easy, but it's important. And I think we need to keep working at this to make sure that those learners have those opportunities, either to consolidate their Welsh language skills or to develop their Welsh language skills, and to understand as well, you know, in their role in Wales of 2050, even if they're not a confident speaker themselves, what role do they play? If it's a care worker going out to visit Mrs. Jones, it might be asking Mrs. Jones if she'd like a cup of tea. If it's a plumber going out to a Welsh speaker's house, they may not be that confident with their English language skills and may be able to explain better in Welsh. So it's just helping them understand the role that they can play. Okay, finally, I'm sorry, this is my favourite subject. I could talk about it all day, but if we can go to the next slide, please, just really to update you on where things are now. And obviously the theme of today is kind of collaboration through change. It's an exciting time, but it's also a busy time. There are lots of plates spinning at the moment, and I think it's going to take a bit of time, or maybe balls juggling in the air, and it's going to take a little bit of time for those balls to kind of land and for us to understand what the influence that is and where that kind of takes us next. So obviously the curriculum for Wales is now being implemented in schools. In terms of the Welsh language, this should have a very positive change. If everything goes to plan, it should have a very positive change, with young people coming out of statutory education with perhaps a higher level of knowledge than they had previously. Hand in hand with that, there's the Welsh in Education Bill, which I've already alluded to, and this potentially could have a very significant impact. It's in the early stages, and it's still in that sort of draft stage at the moment. In terms of post-16 or tertiary education, currently, the current draft of the bill focuses on pre-16, but a lot of the feedback that's gone in has been, right, what happens post-16? Because it's so important that these young people then, that their Welsh language skills don't fall off a cliff at 16. They've got to be supported and directed to either continue with their Welsh language skills or to be able to adapt those skills into the workplace. One thing that's quite exciting for us in the Coleg Cymraeg is that we have a Medr designation, and I have written down the quote because there was no way I was going to be able to remember all of this. So Medr, in its strategic report, has said we will plan strategically in partnership with the Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol as a designated person within the Act to increase and improve the provision and promotion of Welsh medium education and assessment. And that, that for me is key here. The other phrase that I picked up on was those pathways, and I think that's the ambition. Let's get the seamless pathways in place for these young people when they move from primary to secondary potentially to a college or apprenticeship, or perhaps secondary to degree, whichever route they choose, that they're not, again, their skills don't fall off a cliff edge, that they've got those options. And I did have to mention this because Claire will know, well, I cannot tell you how excited I was when I saw that this was going to come to fruition. I've actually worked in the sector for 12 years. I should be getting a long service medal by this point, I think. And this has been discussed and talked about for over 12 years. So when this the work on this began, I did do a little happy dance in the office. I'm going to be honest. Thankfully, nobody was there. Nobody saw it. But this is such an exciting development. And, at the Coleg Cymraeg, we're very, very happy to support it in any way that we can. Okay, if I can move on to the next slide, you'll be glad to know I'm nearly done now, nearly done. I just wanted to draw your attention to our newsletter. Again, please sign up for this. It's a newsletter of good practice, what's going on in the colleges, what's going on in the providers, what new resources we have. We're always looking for good news stories to share in this as well. So, if you've got a news story from your awarding body that you'd like to share, or some information that you'd like us to, make known to the colleges, we're more than happy to do that. Very happy to work with you on that. So, if you're interested, please sign up. Iawn. And the good news is, final slide, I just wanted to say diolch yn fawr iawn. If you've got any questions or queries, please, ask them now. You're welcome to get in touch afterwards as well. I'm happy to put my email address in the chat if that helps at all. So Claire, dwi ddim yn gwybod os oes cwestiwn ne?
Diolch yn fawr, Lisa. Hwnna'n drylwyr iawn a lot o wybodaeth. Thank you, Lisa. Lots of good information there. I think the porth is great. And Sian's got a hand up, please.
Hi, Lisa. Hi, a couple of questions, if I may.
Of course.
The newyddion o 16, how do we sign up for that?
So if you go to the Coleg Cymraeg's page, and then if you follow the route to post 16, you will be able to sign up there.
Can you put the link in the chat then, please,
Yeah,
Lisa?
I'll put the link in the chat, no problem.
Thanks. Yeah, lovely.
And my second question then is going back to the language pyramid. You mentioned there's plan mapping to CEFR. I'm just wondering whether that mapping would take into account that language learning isn't necessarily linear, that some learners may obviously reach a certain standard, may stop, may need to refresh, and also obviously having fluency at the top of that pyramid isn't necessarily, the end game really for all learners. They, reaching a certain level may be sufficient for completing their qualification in Welsh. They may not need that fluency. So wondering whether that would be part of that mapping.
Yes. It has been. In fact, Sian, the pyramid has probably been the thing that has been discussed at most length when it comes to revising the strategy, because people have got very strong feelings. What we feel we'd like to do is we're going to adapt the pyramid and actually almost turn it on its side so that it becomes a continuum. And I think then that, reflects what you were saying. Some people, if they move out of Wales or don't practice their Welsh, they may get a little bit rusty, so kind of move back a few steps. But then once they're back immersed in it, they will move forward a few steps. So yeah, we are taking all of that into account. Diolch am y cwestiwn.
That's great. Diolch, Lisa.
Diolch, Sian. Any other questions from online or in the room? No. I think some good points there, Lisa. Yes, and I think, highlighting everything you've said today, the importance of accessing those Welsh and bilingual qualifications, so which is where the awarding bodies come in, isn't it? And the importance of being able to access those qualifications at the right time, at the right level, and in the right areas. I know we prioritise our sectors, but there's others as well, isn't there? So I think that's really important. And of course, there's support out there. The Welsh Medium Grant is available, and of course the support and guidance from stakeholders and working together to support awarding bodies to achieve that as well. So lovely. Well, diolch yn fawr iawn. Look forward to seeing you soon, Lisa, in one of our meetings.
No problem. I will put the links in the chat now. Diolch.
Great, lovely. Okay, diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you. So there are lots of interesting work happening at the Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol, or we shorten it and call them the Coleg, so that makes it a bit easier, otherwise it's quite a mouthful. So as I mentioned earlier, a key priority for us at Quals Wales is to work with you as recognised awarding bodies to promote modern, robust and innovative approaches to assessment. We're on a journey together. Lisa didn't want to talk about the journey, but I love talking about a journey. As some providers and learners are quick to adapt and adopt over others. I'm going to hand over to our digital duo. I thought that sounded quite good, who are going to talk a little bit more about the work that they're doing, looking into how the use of digital technology can and has been enhancing validity in assessments. So I'll please welcome Dean, who's a Senior Qualifications Manager, and he's here in the office, and Nathan, who's a Qualifications Manager. He's on screen and in North Wales, and there will be a workshop following the presentation. So I'll hand over now. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Lovely to see you all. And Nathan, yeah, you popped to the top of the screen, which is great. Yeah, so as Claire said, my name's Dean Seabrook, and my colleague Nathan is on screen. We've not been called the digital duo before, but I quite like that. I'll take that. been called worse.
Yeah.
So anyway, the modernising assessment team, I know I've had the chance to give some updates in this forum before, and I know I've met many of you as well, but our modernising assessment team was convened a couple of years ago to build on the progress that we've made in terms of increasing the prominence of digital assessment within national qualifications. And we work as a team in two ways. One is where we have opportunities to develop and work on implementing relevant digital assessment policy. I'll touch a bit about our work on that today, and then also to explore a wider range of digital technologies and how they could impact and benefit assessments, and shine a light on those and try to promote positive change as well, which is a lot of what the work that Nathan does. So we'll talk for a little bit and give you some quick updates on our work, but we want also to invite your contributions as well. So we won't do too much of just us talking today. And we've got some questions, hopefully, that you'll share your insights with us at the end. So if we move on to the first slide, if that's okay, please, Annabelle. Just to give you a, I don't know what's happened with some of the animations there, but if you could click through them, that would be great. Thanks. Thanks, Annabelle. This is a little bit of a snapshot of some of the ways that we've been working and the kind of breadth of the work of our team, really. About 6 months ago, we started to publish some outputs from work that have been taking place over the prior 18 months. And one of those areas was on remote invigilation. Again, that's an area where, that's already in active use in many different types of qualifications, and particularly important in promoting resilience during the pandemic. But work's been going on to explore what the longer term impact and role of remote invigilation might be. And I'll touch a little bit more on that a little bit later. And Nathan's work on on-screen validity and the workshops and collaborations that he's been having with assessment software providers and learning providers as well is now reaching a publication stage. You'll probably know that we published our first artificial intelligence position statement about a year ago, and we've continued to keep that updated, and I'll summarise the latest changes to that soon. And then a really big aspect to our work, which is not just the modernising assessment team, but a whole host of colleagues at QW is working on the criteria and implementation of new national 14 to 16 qualifications. And we've also recently begun some work on quality assurance related to those qualifications to understand what opportunities technologies might offer for making quality assurance processes carried out in centres more efficient and streamlined and enhanced in the future as well. But I'll dig in a little bit to remote invigilation then on the next slide, please, Annabelle. And in the summer, we published our what we call the thought piece, or a summary document that set out the contributions awarding bodies had given us in a series of interviews carried out over the 6 months prior to that. And we structured that into 4 different areas of what you and your colleagues told us. That was about reflections of how it was adopted and used to a greater degree during the pandemic, and what lessons and practices have developed out of that. The benefits that remote invigilation offers in terms of meeting the needs of learners, but then reflections also on what that means for developing security practices within awarding bodies, and what the implications for centres and for learners taking remotely invigilated assessments are as well. And then there was also some longer term reflections on how RI might integrate with other technologies like virtual reality. So a really interesting, I think, piece in and of itself, but it helped us to structure an event that we held in September, which again, many of you attended, and we're really grateful for bringing you together to talk about how remote invigilation is shaping assessment practices to a greater degree, but then also the opportunity to dig further into implications for, in particular, keeping those assessments secure, protecting learners' privacy, making sure that learners fully understand what it means to take an assessment of that nature, as well as, the headline benefits that it offers to them. So we're still considering those findings, but one of the reasons for that is that we have opened a survey for learners. We're trying to get input from learners that have taken remotely invigilated assessments to tell us about their experiences of that form of assessment as well. And that survey is open for another couple of weeks. So in January and February, we'll be in a position to bring all that together and come back to you with any next steps that we might be taking in that area. There are some QR codes on the screen if you want to use them. The first takes you to the update paper, which we published. And then the second, if you have any channels where learners might be might view them and might be interested in responding to that survey, then the bottom link will take you directly there. Slightly different aspect to our work though, and relating to National 14 to 16 quals on the next slide, is I thought I would share this with you. I thought it might be quite interesting. This is the schedule for what digital assessments in the new GCSE qualifications, which begin to roll out in September next year, looks like. It will mean, though the changes will mean, that there is a much greater prominence of digital assessment taken by learners within GCSE qualifications of 14 to 16 than is currently the case. There are some which are in the system at the moment, but there will be more of them and in a greater range of different areas of learning and experience as well. As you can see, they are rolling out over a fairly phased period, and that's because they are situated within qualifications which are a mixture of those which are linear and unitized, but also the GCSE qualifications are rolling out in 2 waves. But in the first summer in 26, 2 of those assessments in computer science and history will be on screen. One of them is an examination, one of them is a non-examination assessment. But in each of the instances you see on screen, these are purely digital only assessments. The next year though, that increases. A further 5 qualifications come online, taking us to 7 in summer 27, with 4 more in summer 28. Again, in a wide variety of subjects here, from PE and food and nutrition and health and well-being to drama and music and expressive arts, and computer science and design and technology into the science and technology area. But there'll be continued growth and evolution in the range of digital assessments within these GCSEs, as well as humanities subjects. Business, religious studies, social studies and geography introduce digital assessments within the first 5 years of their lifetimes. What that will mean is that a majority of GCSE qualifications available in Wales will have digital assessments within them within 5 years of this new suite being available. And all of that, of course, means that a greater number of learners that enter post-16 will have experiences of taking 1 or more digital assessments within their 14 to 16 learning careers. It's a really big change, and we're working really closely with the Welsh Government and with a WJC on implementing these changes. And if we move on to the next slides now then, please, Annabelle. This is where I'm going to ask Nathan to take you through a couple of slides. Nathan's been looking a little bit further into the future as well, and working collaboratively with learning providers and on-screen assessment software providers to explore what validity, innovation and creativity in on-screen item design could look like in a wide range of subject areas. Nathan.
Thanks, Dean. So yeah, as Dean mentioned there, in addition to supporting qualification reform, the modernised assessment team is also taking a bit more of a forward look, identifying developments within the educational technology space, and then exploring possibilities which could lead to future innovation and assessment development. One of the ways that we've been doing this is through our collaboration with teachers in Wales to explore the possibilities that digital technology offers in both teaching and assessment. So we started this process off by working with 3 on-screen platform providers, those being RM, TCS Ion and Surpass, and we hosted workshops with 9 Welsh teachers from a range of disciplines and subject areas to collaboratively develop on-screen assessment tasks in their areas of interest and collecting valuable feedback on the opportunities and challenges that digital assessment can present from their perspective. In terms of the feedback, it kind of coalesced around 3 main themes. The first being around multimodality, where we had a number of really interesting and useful discussions and outputs generated relating to how learners actually respond to items, be that in a written format or in an audio or video recorded format, and how digital can provide opportunities for learners to have a choice in the way in which they respond to an appropriate item type that best suits their strengths. In terms of innovation, during the workshops, the vast majority of the teachers that we worked with started to kind of push past the traditional paper under glass progression step of digital assessment. So moving beyond replicating activities they had on paper on screen, they started to explore some of the more innovative item types available to them and see what they could offer in terms of enhancing engagement and validity in assessing certain constructs. So teachers looked at things like innovative stimulus materials, so audio and video stimulus initially, but then moving on to look at things like 3D manipulatable models and how that can be built in to enhance assessment items, but also through the embedding of industry standard and familiar software within secure assessment clients and what that can mean in terms of facilitating assessment authenticity. And then finally, we focused on accessibility and inclusion, looking at the variety of accessibility tools and functions available within these platforms and how they can support all learners, not just those with additional needs, to access assessments and to succeed. If you can move us on to the next slide, please, Annabelle. Thank you. So in terms of the feedback that we received from that, overall, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Teachers really appreciated the ease of creating digital assessment tasks using pre-designed templates, the efficiency that auto-marking certain item types can provide them, and the ability to track learner progress and make data-informed decisions using these platforms as well. However, there were a few concerns flagged around things like notation-based subjects in maths and engineering, for example, where expressing working out and methodologies are sort of integral to the ways of working there, and the way in which that can be facilitated on screen is a little bit undefined at present. Teachers cautioned us around this in terms of asking learners to master new digital tools purely to access an on-screen assessment, as this could add unnecessary complexity and affect the fairness of assessment. But that being said, when considering digital assessments more broadly, teachers noted that even the small benefits that digital assessment can provide cumulatively can create a really engaging, valid and reliable form of assessment. Looking to the future, teachers were really excited about the evolving potential of digital assessments, envisioning entirely new formats which could revolutionise the way in which we measure learner knowledge, skills and understanding. And while that transition to more digital qualifications will require really careful planning from all parties involved, the potential benefits for manageability, engagement, reliability and assessment validity make it a really exciting prospect for them. In terms of using what we've learned, we did it in sort of two main ways. The first was ultimately to better inform ourselves and the organisation as a whole around what's actually possible within the context of on-screen platforms and help develop an evidence base for ourselves to become better informed around that. But the second and kind of main way was around more of a change management based approach where we shared our findings with key stakeholders. So very recently we held a webinar with awarding bodies in October, which you or some of your colleagues may have attended, going into detail around our findings and showing off some of the exemplar items that teachers have developed as a way to help sort of stimulate conversations between us and yourselves around where perhaps you're going with digital assessment or where you are on your digital journeys. But we're also in the process of publishing our blog posts on our website aimed at engaging teachers and other practitioners as well. We're hoping that sort of sharing those experiences of the participating teachers, as well as showing the teaching community what can be possible in this space, can help drive forward a more positive discussion and conversation within centres and maybe get them thinking about what digital assessment might mean for them in the future. If you could pop us on to the next slide, please, Annabelle. Thank you. So we're continuing our work in this space by looking at two key aspects of the feedback that we received from that first cohort of teachers. The first project relates to notation-based constructs, as I mentioned earlier, where we've provided some FE centres with access to a specialised maths learning and assessment platform with the aim of gathering teaching and learner feedback on how notation-based constructs could be assessed in an on-screen environment and the opportunities and challenges that presents. We're also looking at how we can use digital mapping software in on-screen assessments as well. It's very similar to the format of the maths one, where we're currently in the process of onboarding a number of FE practitioners and training them in the use of a GIS platform with an aim of having them deploy that with learners in the classroom to explore what's possible in terms of what it can be used to assess and to get learner and teacher feedback on that as well. So yeah, quite a lot going on in that sort of exploratory space in addition to that reform work. And I'll pass back over to Dean now to talk you through a little bit about what else we're doing in terms of policy.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Well, just one more, and if we can go to the next slide, Annabelle. I just wanted to flag, just to make sure everyone's aware really, that we've updated our AI position statement once more. So this is the second update that we've given and published about 4 weeks ago. It's a more full update than I think the previous two versions were. It has 4 sections in it. First of all, we are setting out the context in which we're considering AI, not just in terms of our principal aims, but also the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, now that we are a listed organisation under that act, and making sure that that is given prominence in setting out how we're thinking about AI. But possibly a really relevant section in this statement is the second one, and that's about the delivery and assessment of existing qualifications. So we are working really closely and liaising often with other qualifications regulators across the UK, working really closely with JCQ as well. But in this statement, we've provided 3 clarifications indicating uses of AI which currently would probably will be likely to lead to non-compliance with our standard conditions of recognition. I don't think they'll be a surprise to anyone, and indeed you may already have seen them. But the first of them is developing assessments without human review. The second is using AI as the sole method of remotely invigilating assessments, and the third is using AI to fulfil the role of an assessor as defined in our standard conditions of recognition. But there is clearly, for all of us, I think, so much more to learn, and the technology is developing and changing so rapidly as well that there is no end of things to consider in terms of AI. So we will continue strongly our engagement with learning providers, with you, with learners as well, and with software providers and assessment solution providers as well, to find out as much as we can in this area and keep learning. If you have any questions, though, please do contact us. We're happy to field those, and if necessary, put you in touch with the right person within the organisation. But I said I wanted to hear from you today, and we really do. So on the next slide, we've got 3 questions for you. Colleagues online, Annie and Annabelle are going to open 2 breakout rooms and ask you to consider these questions, and I'll have the opportunity to speak to colleagues in the room. But staying with AI for our second question, at least anyway. But first of all, how will digital technologies be used differently in your qualifications and assessments, do you think? We're asking you to think about this in 5 years' time. So getting some of your more, I guess, global thinking. Secondly, in that period, how might AI models feature in the content of your qualifications, and what could this mean for assessments? And thirdly, how can QW help? We've told you about some of the things that we're doing today, but very interesting. Very interested to hear as well if you think there are aspects of digital assessment which we're not included within the work currently, which you think that we should be. So, Annabelle, if you can open the breakout rooms, that will be great. And I think we'll be coming back in just under 15 minutes time.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Living in lunch.
Thank you all.
I'll be strong.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I've done quite a lot of talking there, so I'll try not to this time. But I know I'm asking you to look into your crystal ball by looking quite far into the future. But I thought that might be quite a nice way of opening discussion up with anything. That's the first question there. How will, I don't want to degree of certainty, but how well do you think digital technology be used differently in your assessments in that?
I think possibly, you touched on a really interesting point there about the use of templates and things like that can be easily input things. Because in the past, using digital technology was quite costly, really. For an assessment, you've got to do one for all these different things. But if you've got a template that can be used and adapted for each qualification, that's going to move things forward. I would have thought using it a lot.
No, not at all. I mean, it's definitely a feature of the work that Aidan's has been doing as well, and it's differently across different Oxford assessments.
Yeah.
There are quite a few of them. Aidan's been working with 4 of them in his work, and that's not all of them by any stretch.
It's it's more accessible, can't it? If you use VR and things like that, so you can make topics like construction much more accessible than having to actually go onto a building site.
Yeah, some of it is just what they said as well. A lot of people just assume, just still viewing digital assessment as just, like I said,
electronic way of doing things that are on paper until now. But I think it's quite breaking down that barrier and making sure people realise that it's not just doing something on a computer. It opens up a whole new world of ways of assessment, isn't it? I think that's where we are now, isn't it? It's crossing that barrier over it to get a bit more savvy with what is out there, what would everyone happen.
Yeah, that's one reason why the examinations in GCSE don't have many extent of things. So, trying to create those concurrent versions, we got learning to buy, the forms of each of them. So they will be digital and just, I suppose, in a few qualifications, extraction service support, validity and like that this week. Okay, just something else. I think, of course. No, I'd agree with that. I think that's the other part of running business hands-on is actually there are financial challenges across all our sectors, and it's whether it's the organisations or trade lives. And this is a way in which actually there's a mutual benefit both sides in terms of efficiencies and so what you are innovating assessment, but at the same time you're making things more management and cost effective incentives. Interesting on that, it was great to see that you're looking at you're talking to different software platforms and those types of things. We're doing quite a lot of work with thinking about moving platforms. One of the challenges you guys, they've all got slightly different things that are good and bad. And so, which one you're going to go in terms of supporting kind of your digital move moving forward. And one of the reflections, so we kind of see some challenges was around those notation-based subjects. So maths in particular, it's very much needing the learner needs to teach themselves how to mathematical formulas into a computer rather than just been drawing. So that's one of the other challenges we've identified as we're going through this work is around the link to accessibility when you start to create more innovative digital assessments. Because a lot of the accessibility options that are on the platforms that you use don't work as well when you start to have images and graphs and more interactive stuff. It makes it a bit more difficult. The other side then is around bilingual piece in the Wales. And a lot of the software platforms, while they're doing development work, I think it's lower down on their list of priorities around, that bilingual piece where, graph annotations or tables and those types of things can be very readily switched between the two languages. So I guess they're some of the things that we're at the moment. I guess that links into how you guys can help. In that you have probably more influence than we have. I think digital. We still need things to people. Digital technologies, who knows what's going to be around in 5 years' time. It's we're in a different place to where we were 5 years ago. I think from our perspective, digital technologies, whatever they are, people have to read differently. To be by demand. That's where it's before we might have been a little bit nervous about inventing technologies. I'll be the same role because there were 20, 30, 10-year-old today is far more adept with digital technologies than I ever was. I ever would be. So I think we just have to acknowledge that. We would be in 5 years' time. We don't know what qualifications we get there as well. We're not getting. So it'll be different, but we have to put time to otherwise we just build them. Stay with everybody. So it's never been good.
There's real appetite out there for it at the start, isn't there? Like very much and you can see that growing more, that there's some wants to have that accessibility. So thanks for that.
I mean, so to touch on question 3, so we'll come back to question 2 next time. How can we? How would you want us to handle this? I think it's similar to what we were saying earlier. Actually, it's like but there's like examples of where you see good practice or it's the ideas that are kind of out there in terms of assessments. But then also I think that piece, that ability piece, with kind of some of the digital work.
Yeah, because we've already had conversations with other awarding bodies, who use the same platform that we do to see is there anything that we could do collectively to influence the provider. But obviously that at the moment, obviously there's a big cost implication for that as well. So it's looking for them to understand that there's a provider that actually there's a real need and demand out there, that it's not just as a wish list, it's a real need. So I think it's if you're able to kind of influence on that side of things, I think that would have such a big impact for us in our division, definitely.
That's the one that's always the elephant in the room there. No conference can go by without mentioning it now, right? AI. How, and again, this is a real question for all the territory, I suspect. How might AI feature in the content of the
I was thinking about actually premium baseline work, which isn't regulated by GW Scotland, and one of the things that we was how AI was going to be used in a particular fashion that we were actually bodies for going, and obviously that it wasn't receivable stuff. So we made a decision about some assessments. We're like, they're just going to AI that the students are. So then, well, how will they use it within this industry, and then how will we also use it for testing? So I mean, now the way it is, I guess the way I'm thinking about it is how students, if a student is given the opportunity to use AI, how would they use it rather than just saying we can't use it? So, for example, in NEA, how could they use it, and therefore how could we then also incorporate that into the assessment? So we're assessing their use of AI in that particular, so sort of incorporating it into the construct. Obviously that's quite high level, but it's sort of anticipating how a student or a learner might use it, incorporating that in the construct and then being able to assess it, whilst also ensuring it's sort of valid and reliable, and then not sort of just turning something out which isn't really their own work. So it's complex, because then often it's very fast moving, and we might say decide something now, and then in 18 months' time it's sort of redundant. So that's not really an answer to the question, but it's just sort of highlight it's a challenge.
I think just sort of acknowledge that it's your state.
Yeah.
That you can develop things.
Yeah.
So you have to try to progress something. It's not just you, so what's good. It's supposed to be people have these conversations. That's the end of it. Searching it, thinking of the medic, then with that number. But I think from our point of view, I suppose another important point as well is making sure that AI, generative AI, is completely by traditional assessment methods of results and it's discussion. Should also be US goes to make sure that credibility of view. But very, very quick example of AI. I interviewed 3 months ago. Exactly the same thing. So we see it in real life as well. Yeah. So
they're not using calculators.
It's exactly the same. So it was down to the discussion rather than on the screen. So it's happening out there. So that's where knowledge not being good. So.
And that's where you change your subconscious. You're no longer assessing on what their presentation looks and feels like.
Yeah.
On more they're obviously how they present.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Really AI too, which I'm glad it was. Yeah. I hope that was in your feedback. Use of AI is good, but
I mean, it's as I say, it's acknowledging. I mean, we're doing applications on digital product development, and they're creating a data-driven application. If they don't use AI, the project's going to take them 5 times the length of time. But it's how do we help them use it in the correct way, really? Sort of, as you say, embracing it really, but it's in making sure that you've got that additional assessment. So you can say, why have you got that bit of code in there? Why have you done that? So that they haven't just downloaded the code, but they've actually got some understanding of what they're doing.
Yeah. So in a sense, it's already in the content of
yes.
your
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Are there any laws which are not sort of in that digital area? And I ask because some of the contributions coming out are quite so considering what the impact of AI might be on a job field to look is the aspect of what constructing that subject look like, and actually AI could really help data processing, for example, and analysing results where you wouldn't necessarily think AI job. It doesn't seem like it was natural, but actually it's one of those things where everyone is using it. So
it's massive, like in agriculture, isn't it? You know, the way they use AI in agriculture, sort of predictions and things, and weather predictions and crop predictions. It's enormous. You wouldn't normally sort of think that you know, you think I want to work outside doing agriculture, but actually, do you know what? You're still going to have to use your IT skills, digital skills, and AI.
So it's obviously still have to get out to
Yeah.
let somebody build a wall. Yeah. Build a wall. So it's we use for different things, different qualifications, different outcomes. So it's that flexibility which we have to demonstrate that it's not one size fits all.
Yeah, I should remember what my time is. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I just started tempting with it, you know, because everyone's doing it. So my CV would probably be one of them.
Yes, just asking if we can collapse the.
Should I bring people back now, Dean?
Yes, please, Annabelle. Thank you.
It's conversations.
Yeah.
Checks you out when you're
Suddenly
in.
booted out.
Yeah.
Great. Hi again, everyone, and thank you so much for taking part in those sessions and sharing your insights. I think we acknowledged in the room that I am, in a sense, asking you to look into your crystal balls by asking about 5 years' time, and particularly when we were talking about AI, a definite acknowledgement that the impacts are real and they are current, and it's not a question for the future. It certainly is one for now. Really interesting as well to hear more of your thoughts when we see the notes from the breakout rooms about how QW can help, but useful suggestions in the room that the some of the work that Nathan has been doing and perhaps more of that, and amplifying and better illuminating some of the possibilities for on-screen assessment design and those benefits and opportunities that it offers to not just learners taking assessments, but potentially those designing and conducting them as well. So that we'll definitely give some thought to those areas. But I know everyone is probably anxiously waiting for their lunch, and I know we've definitely run over the time on the agenda. So can I just say thank you all so much for taking part in the workshop. Really grateful for your insights, and it's lovely to see you as always. I'm sure we'll speak to you again soon.
Thank you all.
Diolch Nathan, diolch Dean, thank you. Yeah, I think we could have talked all day about that really, didn't we? You know, different viewpoints. It was really interesting, but I think the trend is definitely to increase digital assessment, and it aligns with the way that we work and live now, so it's not going anywhere. So it was really good to have those conversations. You'll be glad to hear it's now lunchtime and time for the drilling to start next door. So we'll come back at 1:10 if that's okay, and we'll be delving into post-16 activity, and Gareth will be our first speaker. But also, if any of you are keen to engage online with colleagues, then if I can ask you to come back at 1 o'clock, there'll be a breakout room if you fancy going in and having a chat. Otherwise, we'll see everyone back here at 1:10 if that's okay, please. Lovely. See you then. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Don't touch it. Don't touch that. Don't touch that, please. If you touch the microphones that's on your desk. Thank you. Press it in front of you, Claire.
I have.
Yeah, perfect. It's working.
Oh, fab.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks, Annabelle. Annabelle does exist. She's not just a.
I thought she was
lovely.
AI.
Yeah, AI. Yeah, well, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Well, she's as good, if not better, than AI anyway. I don't need AI. I've got Annabelle. Yeah, she's my AI. Yeah.
Thank you, Claire.
Lovely.
This is recording,
Yeah.
so I've got that
Okay.
one recorded now.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All those next conversations then. Lovely. Brilliant. Okay, are we everyone back in the room, the virtual room? Any thumbs up for people who've come back after lunch? Lovely. Diolch yn fawr. Yeah, a few people. Lovely. We can carry on then. So croeso nôl. Gobeithio bod chi wedi mwynhau eich cinio. Welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed your lunches and you were able to have a chat. For those of us in the office and those of you online, you had a bit of a break and checked you in with your emails. So we're back this afternoon, and the focus of this afternoon is post-16. We've had a lot of conversation around pre-16, the 14 to 16 space, but also digital and the E in MERV for engagement. So we're going to move on now, and we've got Gyrff Dyfarnu who's with us. And Gyrff, hiya Gyrff, is a Senior Qualifications Manager here at Qualifications Wales, and a number of you will already know Gyrff. So for those of you who don't, he works mainly in the reform agenda, working on post-16 reform, and he's going to talk to you about what's happening in his department, and I will hand over to Gyrff and come back later. Diolch, Gyrff.
Brill, diolch yn fawr, Claire. Pnawn da bawb. Good afternoon, everyone. I think Claire's just nicely introduced me, but yeah, my name's Gyrff Dyfarnu, Senior Qualifications Manager, and I lead on a number of pieces of work to do with post-16 qualifications, particularly around policy and reform. And I know I've got the after lunch slot, so I'll try and make this as exciting as I can. And I've got a number of sort of updates for you. The majority of them will be fairly high level updates, but what I will do is hopefully some of my colleagues might be able to put some further information in the chat. So if you'd like to dig into some of the pieces of work and the updates that I give in a bit more detail, then you can do that. I'll also put my contact details in the chat as well. So if anyone would like to discuss through any of the updates in a bit more detail, then please do reach out to me and we can talk through those. But without further ado, Annabelle, if we could just move on to the first slide. The first update I have is around Essential Skills Wales qualifications, and I appreciate currently there are 4 awarded bodies that offer these qualifications, but hopefully this update is relevant to a broader range of awarding bodies. Going back to September of this year, we published the findings of our Essential Skills Wales review, and that was quite an extensive review that took over 18 months. It included interviews with stakeholders, learner focus groups with more than 300 learners, a survey for stakeholders, and a technical review that we commissioned out to an external organisation. So a very comprehensive review there that did identify both the strengths and the areas that need strengthening with Essential Skills Wales qualifications. And within that report, we set out our commitment to reform those qualifications going forward and to work with stakeholders, to work with awarding bodies to reform qualifications in application of number, communication, and digital literacy. And what we've committed to is our intention is to reform those qualifications by going through an open market approach, whereby we do not foresee ourselves commissioning the development of these qualifications to one or more awarding bodies. We expect to go out and to write to awarding bodies in the new year to seek expressions of interest to work with us to develop the new Essential Skills Wales qualification. So please look out for that communication when it comes out to you in the new year. And we'll be working towards the qualifications being approved in 2027 for first teaching in 2028. So although it may seem some time away, as I'm sure you can all agree, time does fly by, and that will be honest before we know it. But as I said, we'll be writing out to awarding bodies in the new year. But if anybody does have any questions on Essential Skills Wales qualifications, then please do reach out to me, and I'd be more than happy to talk you through anything there. But if we could move on to the next slide, Annabelle. And the next update is around travel and tourism qualifications. A number of you will maybe remember back to March 2023 when we published our review of travel, tourism, hospitality and catering. So since then, the team have really been working with awarding bodies to develop approval criteria and to work with them then in the development of new travel and tourism qualifications. So on the timeline in front of you there, you'll see the timeline that we're currently working towards. So at the moment, we have awarding bodies that are developing qualifications in this space before we then go through our approvals process in 2026. We expect those qualifications then to be available for first teaching in September 2027. And if we can move on to the next slide, which is associated with that travel, tourism, hospitality and catering review, which is the reforms that we're undertaking to hospitality and catering qualifications. So soon, we are currently working on the approval criteria for those qualifications with the intention of publishing those next year. We'll then be working with awarding bodies whilst they develop those qualifications before, again, those qualifications we are working towards a first teaching date of September 2027 with specifications and sample assessments into learning providers 12 months in advance of first teaching. And if we can move on, Annabelle. Some of you on the call will be familiar with our sector qualification groups. These groups now have been running for the past 2 years. We have 13 sector qualification groups which focus broadly on the sector subject areas that you'll be familiar with. These groups focus on post-16 vocational qualifications, really with the overall purpose of identifying and where we can addressing issues in relation to post-16 qualifications. The main audience for these groups are learner providers, so in particular further education colleges, work-based learner providers and sixth form secondary schools. But we also have some other interested stakeholders on the group such as Welsh Government, Medr, Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol and Estyn. We also ask awarding bodies to be represented on these groups as well. And we believe this is an excellent vehicle for you to share updates with learning providers and other stakeholders. It's a platform where we bring together, I believe we had around about 400 attendees across the 13 of the most recent meetings. We have quite a wide reach in terms of the stakeholders that are involved in these meetings. So we do ask you as awarding bodies to please get involved in these groups where you're invited, or if you would like to be involved and you haven't been already, then there's an email on the screen in front of you there. So please do reach out to us. It is an excellent vehicle for being able to communicate effectively with learning providers. The next set of meetings for these groups will take place in the spring. So these meetings are twice a year. Firstly in the spring, and then we have another then in the autumn period. So if we can move on, Annabelle. And moving on nicely now to the work that we do to increase the range of Welsh medium qualifications. So in the summer of this year, we published a progress report which outlines the work that we've done over the last couple of years in relation to Welsh medium qualifications. And this is specifically around the work that we've done to target post-16 qualifications to make them available through the Medium of Welsh. And many of you will be familiar with the grant that we have to really support your work in this area. But my colleague Alex Lovell, who many of you will be aware of and be familiar with working with, certainly has done a lot of work over the last couple of years to drive forward this work, and he may have been in contact with a number of you to really support you to make some of these qualifications available through the medium of Welsh. And all of this is linked to our current Choice for All strategy. I'll come on to a moment, our future plans for a further Cymraeg strategy, but it's really about making sure that learners have access to a broad and balanced range of Welsh medium qualifications in the post-16 space. So I'm sure my colleagues can pop that report in the chat for you, so you can go into a bit more detail if you would like in this area. But if we could move on to the next slide, Annabelle. Which takes me on nicely to the work that we're currently doing to develop a new Cymraeg strategy. Many of you will be familiar with our current Choice for All strategy, which we introduced smack bang during the COVID pandemic. So it was summer of 2020, that strategy was published. So we're now in a position where we're thinking about what comes next. So we're doing a lot of work behind the scenes to really develop a new Cymraeg strategy. We'll be looking to engage with you and with other stakeholders next year to seek your views on the content of that strategy. And it's really a strategy that we see as an opportunity to bring together all of our work in relation to Cymraeg into an integrated strategy that will include the work that we do internally within Qualifications Wales, but also the work that we do with you as awarding bodies and wider stakeholders in relation to Cymraeg. And if we could move on, and I'll talk somewhat about the pillars that we have within the strategy. And I think if you can click it again, Annabelle, I think there's something else that will come on the other part of the screen. Excellent. So on the screen in front of you, you will see some of the drivers, some of the policy and legislation drivers that are key for this piece of work. So such as Cymraeg 2050, the Welsh Language Standards, Curriculum for Wales, Future Generations Act, and the Welsh Language and Education Bill. Within the strategy, which we will engage with you next year on, we have set out 5 key pillars. And what we try to do is to make this strategy as accessible for you and for other stakeholders as we can. So within those pillars, we have that pillar 1, which is really about our work in relation to reviewing and reforming Cymraeg and Welsh medium qualifications. So that's some of the work that I spoke about a moment ago in terms of our targeted Welsh medium work, as well as our focused work on Cymraeg qualifications. The second pillar then, which is really focused on the regulation and the monitoring of Cymraeg and Welsh medium qualifications. Pillar 3 then, which is very much relating to our work in relations to communications and engagement. So it's about how we use Cymraeg when communicating and engaging with stakeholders. We have pillar 4 then, which is about embedding Cymraeg within our internal ways of working, before pillar 5, which is about the work that we do in relation to Cymraeg when undertaking research, data and technology to support Cymraeg in the wider qualification system. So hopefully we will come out to you in the early next year to seek your views and feedback on this strategy. Of course, we'll provide you with a bit more detail than what you've got on the slide in front of you, but we look forward to engaging with you on that. And if we can move on to the next slide, please. And closely associated then to our work on Welsh medium qualifications is our Welsh language grant. Many of you will be familiar with the grant that we have available. Many of you will have accessed that grant in the past. So this is a grant that we have available to support you to make qualifications available through the medium of Welsh. And what I'd like to focus on in this slide are the key dates that are relevant for you in relation to this grant. So for 2025-26, the key dates for you in terms of applying for the grant and when then we would look to inform you of the outcome of your grant application is that the grant window will open in early January. So it will open on Monday, the 13th of January. It will be open then for the period of January and February and close on the last day in February. We will then hopefully be in a position to inform you of the outcome of your grant applications in April. Alex Lovell, who is doing quite a lot of work on The targeted work around Welsh medium qualifications will be in contact with a number of you where we've identified qualifications that you offer, whereby there may be demand for those available through the medium of Welsh. So please do engage with Alex when he reaches out to you. One change we have this year is that we'll have a digital Welsh language support grant application form. So we're trying to bring this process into the 21st century. Many of you will be familiar with our paper-based forms that we've been used for the last several years. We've now taken the form on screen or online, and all of that information will be shared with you shortly. And if we could move on, please. And now I'll just move on to talk very briefly about our phase 2 sector reviews. So these are our reviews that build on the themes identified in our original sector reviews. They are shorter and more focused. They typically take less than 12 months to undertake. And they focus on 2 key objectives. Firstly, we're looking at, does the range of post-16 qualifications available in the sector meet the needs of learners, learner providers and employers? And secondly, we're looking at ensuring there's a sufficient range of Welsh medium qualifications available. We've published a number of these reviews from sport and public services through to agriculture, horticulture and animal care, business admin, and art, creative and media. And we will soon begin the hair and beauty review. So that will begin in early 2025. We'll be reaching out to those awarding bodies who offer qualifications in this important sector to seek your views on what your plans are for offering qualifications in this sector. And then we hope to publish the findings of that review later in 2025, and then to see what we need to do to strengthen qualifications in that sector going forward. And if we can move on, please. And then many of you will be aware of the reforms that we've undertaken to health and social care. We're in a position now where the restriction of 9 of those qualifications ended in the summer of this year, which means we're in a position now where awarding bodies may submit qualifications for approval if they so wish. There are some conditions around that in terms of the qualifications needed to be available fully bilingual, and there's also a requirement to engage with Social Care Wales and Health Education Improvement Wales when developing the content and inclusion on their frameworks. But if you do have an interest in this sector and exploring whether you would like to offer qualifications in this area, then please do reach out to the team and we can have a discussion with you. And if we can move on. And it's worth just saying, some of you will be familiar with Welsh Government commissioned review of vocational qualifications, which was led by Sharon Lusher and was published in September 2023. Within there were a number of recommendations around strengthening vocational qualifications in Wales. Within that report, there were 33 recommendations, of which 17 of those were either directly for Qualifications Wales or named Qualifications Wales within them. We've done quite a lot of work over the past 12 months to drive forward some of these recommendations. And in November, we published a progress report which outlined the work that we've done and the work that we intend to do to respond to those recommendations. So, for example, we've currently commissioned out a piece of work to explore with learning providers how the recognition of generic workplace learning could be strengthened. We also committed to develop sector progression maps, which I'll talk a little bit about in a moment. And there are also a number of other recommendations within that progress report that we will be driving forward over the next 12, 18 and 24 months. And if we could move on, please. I'd like to just talk a little bit about the piece of work that the team have ongoing at the moment around developing route maps. So this was a recommendation that was in that VQ review, was around developing route maps that would help learners and other stakeholders to navigate the complexity of qualifications in specific sectors. So we're currently undertaking a pilot of developing these route maps, and we're focusing on the sport and public services sector. So we have a small team here who are taking forward this work. They've already undertaken a desk-based review of qualifications and to see how other organisations and agencies develop similar type of products, similar type of route maps. They have tested initial findings with stakeholders, so some of you may have been involved in some of those discussions. We used our series of sector qualification groups earlier in the year to really begin to test this with the Sport and Public Services group. And then early next year, then we will begin to work internally with our communications team to develop the route maps so that they're accessible, engaging and effective for stakeholders to use. We expect then later on in 2025 to publish the route maps on our Have Your Say platform and to seek your views and feedback on the effectiveness of that route map. Depending then on what comes out of the pilot, then we will look to roll out these route maps in other sectors over the next 12 to 18 months. And if we could move on, please. So that is a whistle-stop tour of the work that we have going on in the post-16 space. I appreciate that a number of the updates that I gave were fairly high level, but if you do have any further questions or queries, please either ask them now or if they come to you after I've finished the presentation today, then please do reach out to me. I'll pop my details in the chat in a moment, and please get in touch if you would like to discuss anything that I've talked through today. So on that note, diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much for listening and happy to take any questions.
Come in. Lovely. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Gareth. Any questions for Gareth? Lots of activity there, quite sector specific in some ways, and then a bit more general on some of the other stuff. And I think the Essential Skills Wales, just a bit shout out really to all awarding bodies who were there and took part in the video. So thanks ever so much for that as well. That was really great, and that, you can access that on the link in the chat when you have a look at that afterwards as well. So any questions or thoughts on anything there? No. And we must probably share a list of the sector qualification groups we've got as well, because I was conscious that maybe some people don't know exactly what that list are, and maybe it's useful then for them to see if there's an opportunity to get involved or if there's anything missing. I thought as well, you know, if there's a possibility, if there'd be new ones being introduced moving forward, etc. Create more work for you there, Gar.
Yeah, diolch, Claire. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Judith's got a point.
Thinking that being some health and social care now is not restricted. So will there be a sector group for that going forward then?
Yes, Judith, there is a sector group at the moment that we've established. It has focused on the qualification